Oh, yeah, this is fine. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. So we got, welcome to the 17th Annual New School Design Exhibition and Presentation. We're glad to be here on the campus of Teachers College, Columbia University in New York City. And so also welcome to the historic Millbank Chapel. We have a group of dynamic educators from all over the United States that came here last summer to campus, and some others that have been around and been here previously in other capacities. But last summer, our students came together and decided to embark on a journey pursuing their master's degree in school building leadership. And this program, known as the Summer Principals Academy, is a program that is designed as a 14-month intensive program. We do 5 weeks on the front end, they complete an internship, and then do 5 weeks on the back end. The students you will hear from today come from a group that are here that are completing their second summer. And as a part of that second summer, they have received extensive training in new school design. This was started, as you can see, over 17 years ago with a person who is special and very dear to me, my former dissertation chair. And I always tell the story because I want to give him all the credit for this, because I'm standing on his shoulders, Dr. Craig Richards. Let's give him a round of applause. So I always tell the story that Dr. Richards, after I graduated, I went and became a professor at a university in Connecticut. And we stayed in touch the whole time. And one day he called me and said, I have an idea. And the idea was SPA. And he asked me to join him in constructing syllabi and coming with a program. And he said, okay, so when I do this, I'm going to ask you to come down and join me. I was like, okay, sure. And a couple of years later, when I wasn't sure that it was going to happen, he called me. He said, okay, you ready? I was like, what are you talking about? And in probably less than 6 weeks later, I was hired and then came down. That's how Dr. Richards worked. It's like, let's go, it's time to run. Well, now we have a rich history and legacy of SPA that I'm proud to carry on because what you will see is an idea where we have asked our students to reimagine education, reimagine and redesign what we know schools to be. And so what they've done, they got an application in a blank application in December, and they came in January where they were assigned to teams. And every month since then, they were engaged in a seminar. And they received information on branding and mission and vision and human design. And then this summer, and they'll tell you about this, we worked during the evenings after they had been here from 8 a.m., 7:50 a.m. From 7:50 a.m. to 5 o'clock, and then the work began on new school after 5 o'clock, because they were taking other classes. And sometimes, and this is the part they'll tell you about, we were here until 10 o'clock at night. And one of our students, Austin, was looking forward to a sleepover, I think, because I have word that he brought a tent. But nonetheless, we endeavored together to think about putting together new schools for children that need it most. And so you're going to see some ideas that still take into consideration the constraints of what we have in terms of funding and regulations in American schools. And so you'll see schools placed in different cities. So those schools will look different based on where they are. And one of the other challenges that may not be so obvious is that our students, this is not make-believe, our students were actually challenged to find actual buildings that were available to put schools in. So this simulation goes all the way to the point where they have to find a location every year. And so for those of you listening in to the audience, these schools are not yet open. Because every year I get phone calls and emails saying, can you put me in touch with that school? I want to send my kid there. I get phone calls and they get emails saying, are you accepting applications for that school? And they're not open yet. But because the ideas are so rich and full, people want to be a part of it. And so I want to congratulate this class before we even get started, because I've seen them develop and grow in leaps and bounds. So join me in congratulating them. As all of you know, this is a tough time to be in education. And so we have a lot of people also here that are family members that have not even seen their family members since last summer. So I also want to thank you for loaning us them. You get them back now. But I want to thank you for loaning us your loved ones, and so you also should get a round of applause. So I've always been told that when you stand up, you're not supposed to start thanking and thanking and thanking, but there are people that are here that I do have to point out that have been and I'll come back again and give some more thanks. But to start out, I want to thank staff members who have been here, and I'll start out with New York. As I said, I have so many people. I'm not going to spend all the time now. But I do want to thank a couple of people that are behind the scenes that are so important and made what you see happening. I'm just kind of like, I asked them earlier, where am I supposed to be? But that made this work. And I think first and foremost, let me thank my assistant director here in New York, Matt Morgan. Matt, where are you? You see, you see behind the scenes already, always running and doing. So thank you, Matt. Also have another person who I say is responsible for all the money in the department, in my unit, and that is Shelby Jarvis. Shelby, where is she? She's here. So that's the New York staff. And as I said, I'm going to come back because I got a few other people. You haven't heard the last of me. And so not to hog up all the time or talk too much, I'm going to get us started. And so the way this works is that our schools that are presenting today, they have 12 minutes. So they're going to stand before you, and in 12 minutes, they're going to share with you their school design presentation. Now, behind the scenes, what you haven't seen is that there is a full-blown proposal. So the application that these students received is an actual charter school application, and they fill it out in its entirety. So the work that they've been doing is not just to show you, kind of this dog and pony show. They've been behind the scenes looking at budgets, trying to make the money work, trying to find a location that actually exists, and come up with plans for how they're going to recruit teachers. All of that is a part of what you haven't seen. And so this 12 minutes is just a snapshot, trust me, of what they had to do to design a school. So they're going to present to you in 12 minutes, and then we have a group of experts that have come from other places around the country that have immense experience with starting schools and leading schools, and you will hear from them in just a moment. But this is our version of what I'd like to say is American Idol meets Shark Tank. And so our judges, so you can guess who's Simon Cowell in a minute, but our judges are then going to respond. So in some cases, they're going to respond to what they see. In other cases, they'll respond to what they read, and they'll have real questions. So just so you know, this isn't a setup. Our judges received these applications on Monday, and they've read them this week, and they now have questions. And so the simulation here is that our students are to pursue this as if they want to open it as a real school in this location. By the way, at last count, over the last year since I've been teaching this course for many years, we have over 40 schools that have grown out of NSD that are now real living schools. And so now, let me introduce you to our judges. Our first judge to introduce you to is Dr. Cte De La Cruz. Cte is a SPA alum, and she's from the original cohort of Summer Principals Academy. SPA alum don't let grass grow under their feet, because we were joking earlier that I remember when you were a middle school teacher, and I said, I don't want to make you feel old. And she's like, well, what does that say about me, right? But she was a middle school teacher when she came to SPA, and now is a community superintendent here in New York City. Next is another SPA alum who has done magnificent things and is a disruptor proudly in New York City. And we need more people like Ron. I'm so proud of you, because I remember, and Ron used to write and call so much and would say, I'm sorry for bothering you. He'd write emails at 11 o'clock at night, And it's like, no, it's okay. But there were times when it was really challenging. And so Ron stayed at it, but he was advocating fiercely for children in New York City. He's a principal, and as I say, a disruptor now, a force to be reckoned with in New York City. They don't dare bother Ron at TAPS. And so, Ron Link, please, let's give him a round of applause. We also have a new judge with us today. I'm so happy that we're trying to forge new partnerships with different organizations. Someone who has also been a leader in education and is doing great work with an organization some of you have heard of, Building Excellent Schools, and is working with them to coach, and is actually coaching one of our former students right now to open schools and largely using the skill set that they learned right here at SPA. We've had a number of SPA graduates to get this fellowship, and that's where they pay someone to develop a school and then open it. So please, let's welcome Dr. Danilin Highlight. And then we have someone who is also a very special student to me, a former doctoral student of mine who has been a SPA coach, but that I also watched when she came into her doctoral program, was former head of preschools for Washington, D.C., and then went on to work as a COO and principal, and now is the head of schools for the Maya Angelou schools in Washington, D.C., and is the chairman of the See Forever Foundation in Washington, D.C. Super proud of her, Dr. Clarice Mendoza-Davis. And then, last but not least, we have added a new dimension to what we're doing this year, who's been a judge for us in New Orleans previously, is someone who has been at every level in education, from teacher to coach and principal, assistant principal, and everything up, superintendent, someone who has started her own international education consulting firm and doing wonderful work in this area, who is Dr. Sherry Miller, and she is here, has been looking expressly at what those exhibitions have been and paying special attention today to our presentations. So please, let's give a round of applause to Dr. Sherry Miller. So I really don't know how I got, such the great distinction and honor to do this. I'm delighted. And so I'm around, as you can see, a lot of smart people. So now, I'm going to be smart and get out of your way and go ahead and introduce to you our first school that we'll present to you today. And then we'll hear from 4 schools in total. And then we'll have a brief intermission and come back and hear from 4 more. Hope you're in for a great day. So, without further ado, let me introduce to you the Angela Davis Academy.
Good morning, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today. We are the Angela Davis Academy. My name is Brittany, this is Talib, Mercedes, and Mariah. We are a 4-year alternative high school located in Washington, D.C., specifically for justice-involved youth, and more specifically for Black and brown females affiliated with the justice system. This is important because Black females in high school are 6 times more likely than white girls to be suspended in their schools. They're 3 times more likely to be referred to law enforcement, and they are 4 times more likely to be arrested. What's more is that recidivism, which is the rate or tendency for these girls to be reincarcerated after release, is over 50% within their first year out, and up to 76% within 5 years. But this can be solved, ladies and gentlemen, with educational intervention, which is our mission. As you can see on the graph, with more educational intervention and work-based learning, we can reduce recidivism rates to under 13%. Here are the graduation rates nationally, 88%. In our DC area, that declines to 70%. And more importantly, that short yellow line that you can barely see is the graduation rate for our population, Black and brown girls who are justice involved. Here's our campus. We are conveniently located between the main 2 youth facilities in DC. We are also located on Georgetown's campus, their law campus, which is going to help with our civil advocacy mission and help expunge the records for our students to ensure post-secondary success.
So at ADA, our mission is to serve girls in grades 9 through 12 who have been affected by the legal system. Our school is an alternative environment that is supportive to their social, emotional, and academic needs. And our goal is to disrupt the school-to-prison pipeline and reduce recidivism through providing students with a wellness and work-based learning curriculum that emphasizes real-world skills needed for post-secondary success. Our vision is that by 2027, 90% of ADA's first graduating cohort will have a viable plan for post-secondary success through completion of our work-based learning and SEL curriculum. Our 3 pillars are deinstitutionalization, wellness, and work-based learning. I'm going to talk about the different types of students that we serve at ADA. So the first group of students that we serve are students who have been identified at other DCPS schools as at risk for justice involvement. And these are students that come to us by referral. We also serve students who are currently residing in detention centers, so we partner with the 2 main detention centers in the DC area. And for those students, we provide a hybrid model. So those students are accessing our academic programming from afar, but they have a teacher with them in person helping them follow along. And then finally, we serve students with justice involvement. So these are students who are either previously in detention or have been arrested or have run into some sort of legal trouble and have been referred to us by the legal system. And they are also with us in person. So, as you can see, this is the life cycle of a butterfly. This is because at ADA, we do not refer to students in terms of their grade levels. That is because many of our students have experienced serious disruptions to their learning, and we don't want to stigmatize that experience. So for example, some of our 10th graders may not have the credits typical of a 10th grader at another DCPS school. For that reason, we refer to them as caterpillars or chrysalis or butterfly, depending on where they are in their progress toward graduating. So this is Tasha. She's a level 1 caterpillar. Some highlights of her week include 90-minute academic blocks, meetings with her advisory family, which is the crux of our community at ADA. So even before they come to us, they're assigned an advisor, and that advisor follows them through all 4 years. They have regular meetings with their advisory family, and that is really like their community within our community. She gets tutoring after school to help her recover credits. And on Fridays, which are our flex Fridays, they're non-instructional days, teachers are not teaching, and kids are not taking academic classes. On Fridays, she's engaging in wellness-based activities like tending to our community garden or working through our required wellness curriculum, which is facilitated by social workers and guidance counselors. So more on that SEL focus. We are serving students who have disproportionately experienced trauma. Justice-involved girls disproportionately experience mental illness, substance abuse, domestic abuse, and for that reason, we really want to focus on their needs. And so on Fridays, for their first year, they're required to work through a curriculum that builds the competencies of self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. Here's our table of organization. As you can see, it is clearly divided between teams that are meant to target our 3 core pillars, right? So we have an AP of Curriculum and Instruction, we have an AP of Wellness, and we have an AP of Work-Based Learning. And each of those APs oversees a team of staff that's really working full-time to target those main areas of our school.
So now we're going to talk about how we're going to pay for this. Here's a snapshot of our budget over the first 5 years of operation, starting in 2023. This is our year 0, which is a planning year, where we're going to use a select group of administrators and our APs and our instructional coaches to really devise a plan and put in place those systems that we're talking about in our proposal today. In our first year of operation, that's 2024, we're going to start with about 120 students. That's across our centers, and that's why you see that there's an incline in our budget, because we're also going to be hiring staff to accommodate them. Every consecutive year, we're going to be adding on about 60 students, which is why our budget increases, because we're going to be hiring staff to accommodate them, specifically social workers, and by 2027, our student body will have doubled. Here's another snapshot of our budget for our first operating year. We come out at about $3.9 million. That's including our allocation for students who receive special education services. We assume that that will be around 25% of our students. And our students who are English language learners, that's about 10% of our students. Because we know that this is a student body that needs to receive a lot of care, we also want to make sure that we're caring for our teachers so that they will be incentivized to stay. Because of this, we offer a competitive salary as compared to DCE starting teacher salaries, and we also offer a progressive bonus program starting at about $5,000 in the first year of teaching and increasing to $9,000 after the 3rd year of teaching. Additionally, Mercedes is going to talk about Fridays for collaborative work, which is a time that our teachers will use because we know that something that teachers don't have is time. And lastly, we have future plans to include a daycare in our center so that we can provide healthcare services for their children, for teachers, staff, and those who have children, students who have children.
In harmony with what Mariah just mentioned, we want to make sure that our teachers are trained to teach our little butterflies. So the very first week, when the teachers are coming into the campus, we are going to go over the mission, the vision, the structures, and our system here. From there, we want to go into the 3 instructional focuses. So the very first one is going to be literacy. Here at ADA, we are aware that when a student goes into a center and they learn to read, there is a 37% chance that they will not go back into a center. So we are going to make that our core of everything we do at ADA. From there, we're going to focus on trauma-informed pedagogy. This is going to include trauma in the brain and self-regulation. Lastly, in the spring, we're going to focus on voice and choice in the classroom, and this is all about building community at ADA. All right, so as mentioned earlier, we do have teachers on the main campus at ADA and in the center, so we want to make sure that we have time built in for the teachers on campus and the teachers in the centers to have common planning time. Also, as mentioned earlier, we have Flex Fridays. So as our students are enjoying their Wellness Fridays in the community garden, enjoying their time, our teachers are going to be able to use this time to work collaboratively and do their professional developments and work in their teacher teams. Now, what we are so excited about and proud of at ADA is our partnerships, specifically our partnership with Georgetown University. At Georgetown University, we are going to partner with the Juvenile Justice Clinic, and with this, our students will be able to get their records sealed. This alone will allow our students to apply to jobs, apply for housing, and apply for financial aid if they choose to go to college. We also partnering with the Pivot program at Georgetown University. The Pivot program is a program for people who are 25 years of age and older who have been incarcerated, and the Georgetown helps them get jobs and internships. We want to use this as a wonderful internship or mentorship program for our kids. Of course, being in DC, cannot forget about the Smithsonian and the Congressional Black Caucus. And lastly, we have Bennett Cosmetology School, which is going to be used for work-based learning and internships for our butterflies.
Now we're going to talk about what year 2 looks like for Tasha. As a level 2 Caterpillar, she's going to be engaging with her classmates, enjoying our programming, and she's completed a part of her SEL learning. She's going to continue her advisory, which is going to be with that group of students that she started with, when they're going to start engaging in their work-based learning component. They're going to have the opportunity to be exposed to different work-based opportunities and different careers through a speaker series. They're going to be meeting their academic goals that our teachers and instructional staff are working so hard to do, to integrate that literacy over all of the core curriculum. She's also going to be engaging in peer mentorship through the Pivot program that Mercedes just spoke about. And she will be able to continue her social emotional learning, becoming a part of our community, engaging in community service so that she can meet that goal of attaining her high school diploma. Now I want to talk about what post-secondary success could look like for Tasha. Upon completion of our programming, Tasha will have a high school diploma. She may, if she wants to, have a job prospect or college admission, but she will have, through the advisory, work-based learning experience, including some form of a deliverable like a resume. So join us in our mission to disrupt the school-to-prison pipeline. We're the Angela Davis Academy. Education for liberation.
Thank you. We're going to hear from our judges. Let's start over here with Ron Link.
Thank you so much. That was a really comprehensive and holistic presentation tailored to your student that you're serving. A question I have in the realm of SEL and student support, you're hiring 4 behavior technicians by year 4. Could you be a little more explicit about or explain what their role is at the school?
Yes, so to address the SIL component, we also are hiring more social workers in year 4 of the programming, so it should be 4 additional social workers as well. But the behavior technicians are folks that offer student support in our facility, so if there are students that need support in a classroom for behavioral academic reasons and they need, and a teacher needs maybe intervention, the behavior technicians are specialized in the ability to meet the students where they are, take them through those restorative conversations, and then hopefully be able to reintegrate them to the classroom very seamlessly.
Thank you. And as a follow-up question, what kind of qualifications and training do they have?
So in our hiring, we're prioritizing hiring folks who have experience with this specific student population, especially those who have done trauma-informed practice. For behavior technicians, they can be certified, but part of our mission is that because we want to meet the needs of the students, if a person has, like if 2 behavior technicians, one of them had a cert and the other one didn't, but one had more experience working with students in centers, then we would probably prioritize the person who has the most experience with the students that we're working with. So they can have a cert, but we're prioritizing that component of working with students who have this specific need.
Thank you.
Thanks again for your comprehensive, wonderful presentation. My question is if you could speak to the connection with families. I heard a lot about the community, that partnership, the support for the teachers and the students, but I would like to hear a little bit more about the families.
Yeah, so justice-involved girls experience domestic abuse at much higher rates than typical. A lot of them are coming from family structures that may have experienced extreme traumas. So our focus is on really building a family within our school at ADA. Of course, we are going to be working with families. We have, by year 4, 8 social workers by year 4. Part of their task will be bringing families into our school, to our school's planning, hosting events, having open community nights to get families involved. But our focus is really going to be on students who have been in need of stronger family. A lot of our students are residing in shelters, or maybe displaced, so we're going to be working with community to serve those students who maybe don't have the families that they do need to support them.
Thank you. I do have, so based on that, my follow-up would be around, so then after they graduate, what systems and structures to continue? If the school is going to serve as the family, then what is the system and structure to sustain that beyond?
Yeah. So,
Yeah, so as mentioned, we have a peer mentorship program, so our Calipitter 1s and Calipitter 2s are paired with their mentors, and that stays throughout the process and post-secondary. They're also given the same advisor and guidance counselor who periodically checks in to ensure that track of post-secondary success. So they have their peer mentor, they have their advisor who continuously continues to check in with them.
Again, thank you. Thank you so much for just creating a space for our young women. So thank you.
Great team, great job, ADA team, and this work is very near and dear to my heart because my Angelou operates the 2 schools and the secure facilities that you situated yourselves between in the District of Columbia. That being said, I opened your proposal and I saw alternative 4-year high school. And generally speaking, we know that I prefer to use the term opportunity youth or justice-involved youth instead of alternative youth. But from an accountability perspective and in terms of graduation rates and tracking credits, generally speaking, alternative schools have allowed their students more time because we know that the journey of our opportunity youth, our young women, is not going to be linear. Lots of in and out, lots of back and forth, like you mentioned, lots of disruption. And so you planned your proposal with 4 years in mind, but tell me what else you have in place for the students who are going to take 5 and 6 years to finish, and they're allotted those 5 and 6 years to finish because of their designation as alternative students in the District of Columbia.
That's a great question. So some things that we've embedded into our programming that kind of will, hopefully, we understand that that is a real world need. So part of that is that we're providing credit recovery for students who need that additional support in the years 3 and 4. It's evening credit recovery to accommodate for their schedules. We also have block scheduling that's on a quarterly basis so that hopefully we can expedite the process of getting towards that high school diploma while they're with us. But we understand that it might take a different amount of time for different students. And yeah.
Gotcha. One quick follow-up to that then is, if a young lady comes to you and she is significantly undercredited and overage, why wouldn't you offer the GED? I'm just curious what your thinking might be. Or would you be opening to offering the GED?
So yeah, it's something that we have discussed. For the purposes of our opening years, we haven't integrated that into our programming just because of the logistical component of it, but it is something that we are open to, and we have discussed it as a team because we do think that that's an important pathway as well.
Great, thank you, team.
I got a chance to look at your budget, and it seems like a large percentage of your budget is allotted to the specialized staffing that you'll need to have to meet the needs of your students. And a smaller portion of that budget is designed to support teachers. Knowing that your teachers, we have a national teacher shortage, and one of the #1 complaints of teachers leaving the profession is that they don't have robust opportunities to become teacher leaders and to grow in the profession. How do you all intend to really design your PD in an innovative way that teachers don't get the same traditional professional development that we know happens just about at any school, and that they want to stay connected to your school?
Something that we're hoping that will come from our partnership with Georgetown is that we can access their faculty and their resources to come and provide PDs for our teachers. We also really want to empower teachers to take on leadership roles in the school, and we're going to actively be encouraging our teachers to take on more than just their academic courses to make our school, one, feel more like a community, and two, empower our staff to take charge and fill gaps where they see and feel that they have the capacity to make our school better and are not relying on the admin to do it.
And once those teachers, yes, great point. And once those teachers have spent time with you and really have acquired some specialized training, how will you ensure that they stay with you and not take that specialized training off to somewhere else?
Yeah, so we're really hoping that with the bonus system that we've put in place, that will really help to support teachers to at least stay with us for 3 years. We know that that's really a critical part of high schooling, is having a teacher with you for at least 3 of your 4 years. And so we hope that being able to offer that bonus that increases over time, and it's a pretty high percentage, and it's not based on merit. It's really based on the way that the students are learning from you. Like it's not test scores. That will be a way for the teachers to feel empowered to stay with us for at least 3 years.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Angela Davis Academy.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Irving Mota. This is Anthony Odo, Joyanne Peram, Kelly Liu, Erin McElrath, Dwayne Dice, and Diamond Somerville Nelson.
And we are Diverse Horizons School. We are a turnaround model, transforming the school formerly known as Young Leaders Elementary. This is a K-5 elementary school located in District 7 of the Bronx in the Mott Haven neighborhood. We want to start by acknowledging the fact that this is a community that has been historically underserved, and yet still we recognize the rich cultural diversity already found within this beautiful community. When looking at the needs of this community, we noted that nearly 30% of adults aged 25 and older did not have a high school education. This lack of a formal education has led to lower job prospects, and as such, the poverty rate within Mott Haven is more than double that of New York City. Our school is located in a targeted district, which means that at least one or more student subgroups are performing well below grade level. It has been said that out of public education comes the greatness of a nation, and that education is the key to freedom. Therefore, these babies, our babies, deserve more, and it's time to break the cycle.
Breaking the cycle required of us to focus on 3 components of successful turnaround schools. 1, policy attributes. 2, essential support. And 3, school improvement. These 3 components drive our turnaround strategies to target life-threatening problems in the community, as well as designed programs to restore the health of our school. This, my friends, is behind our vision and mission.
Our mission is to act. We are committed to providing 100% inclusive classrooms, fostering community through the creation of meaningful connections, and cultivating teams through developing of collaborative relationships. Our vision is simple. We strive to provide high-quality instruction within an inclusive environment to provide a lifelong passion for learning Our mission and vision are exemplified in our 3 rays of light: access, community, and teams. Let's take a look at our first ray of light: access. We are, again, a 100% inclusive school. That means every classroom will be an ICT model with both a special education teacher and a general education teacher, and we will share more of that later.
Our second opportunity for access is our Success for All curriculum. This is a whole school improvement model that focuses on collaborative learning and literacy. Reading will be the cornerstone of our reform model that focuses on the fact that early intervention is essential. Studies have shown that students who don't reach their grade level with reading by the end of grade 3 have higher likelihood to misbehave, drop out, repeat grades, and even just generally academically fail. So with that in mind, we want to also enhance our curriculum with Success for All with our peer tutoring hand-in-hand model. This is peer tutoring research that's shown that buddy systems with students have been very effective strategies with intervention. So with hand-in-hand, students will have daily intergrade level sessions with each other to enhance each other's learning. So 5th grade will work with 2nd grade, 4th grade will work with 1st grade, and 3rd grade will get the chance to collaborate with kindergarten. This is a great opportunity that we believe our students will have based on collaborative teaching data assessments to really push them to success.
Our community ray shines light on the service programs we will provide to our families and students who are a reflection of the Mont Haven community. Our first program is our Early Risers Before School program. Starting at 7:30, we will provide free child support to any families in need. This will include free breakfast, free play, and activities, as well as tutoring services. We recognize that chronic absenteeism and lateness are challenges, and this program aims to combat that. Our second program is our On the Horizon Home to School Bridge program. We also recognize that there is generational distrust and a disconnect between home and school in this community, and our role is to bridge the two. We will have 2 family coordinators that will meet with incoming families to hear about any past experiences as well as needs they may have. We will also have 2 designated social workers, one assigned to grades K through 2, as well as grades 3 through 5, that will offer early social emotional support for any students in need. This will look like individual sessions as well as peer support groups with a restorative lens.
To build on our community aspect and access rate, we will build partnerships with 2 main institutions within the Mont Haven community. One of those being Lincoln Hospital. With Lincoln Hospital, we will partner up with our behavioral health department to assure that our students' needs are being met holistically and refer students as needed. We will also be partnering up with Hostos Community College. And in partnering up with the college, we hope to achieve 2 things. 1, serve as a lab site for teachers in training and have an opportunity to recruit early talent on. Then we're also going to move to build partnerships to enrich our curricular experiences for our students. We will be focusing on 2 main partnerships, one of them being Studio in School and the other being the Alvin Ailey Residency Program, so that our students can have an art-based approach in their curriculum as well.
And then this also brings us to our final ray, which is teams, which has 3 essential components, which are to build capacity among our staff to use data to inform our instruction, as well as our innovation, which is the Collab Lab. Now you might be wondering, what is the Collab Lab? So in your typical ICT classroom, you have your 2 classroom teachers, but they also work with other related service providers, and these adults seldom have, or professionals seldom have, common planning time. So what we want to do is disrupt that model here at DHS. So what we're going to be doing is utilizing the multi-sensory approach that typically happens at your cancer hospitals, where doctors sit round table to discuss best practices for patients, and we want to bring that to our school. And doing this, we're going to align our instruction and provide high quality instruction for all our students.
We want to invite you to take a close look at one of our students. So I want to introduce you to my student, Nia.
I'm Nia. I'm a 6-year-old first grader at Diverse Horizons School. I start my day when my mom drops me off on her way to work at the Early Risers program. Here I get a warm breakfast and get to enjoy some extra playtime with my friends.
I'm one of Nia's 2 teachers. I'm her special education teacher, and I welcome her as part of the Early Risers program.
Then it's time for morning meeting, where I meet my 2 teachers. I get to do my job with the calendar and enjoy some social, emotional learning.
My co-teacher and I have made sure to really try to address the needs of our students. So morning meeting is planned around social emotional learning as well as cultural responsiveness practice.
It's time for social studies. My class is learning about the community, but today I get to meet with my social worker, Miss Naomi.
Although Nia doesn't have any mandated counseling time, here at our school we want to make sure that the needs of our students are addressed holistically. So we provide counseling time for the students that need it.
Literacy block time. I'm so excited to practice using my new long vowels in a new book in my reading group.
To capitalize on our full ICT model, all of our teachers in each grade will split up the students into 4 different groups, each teacher working with one specific group to make sure that the needs of the students are targeted exactly where they're at.
My teachers and I get to enjoy some lunch and recess, followed by math.
When we welcome our students back from math, we make sure to have manipulatives and visuals to make sure that math concepts are accessible and they can go from the concrete to the abstract.
My favorite part of the day, hand-in-hand time with my 4th grade buddy, Sophia. Today we are going to be working on sight word bingo together.
Our peer-to-peer partnerships are intentional and meaningful. Here at our school, we make sure to partner students with the best possible peer. An example, if we have a new arrival or a student who's learning English, we make sure to partner them up with somebody who, 1, knows their native language and can serve as somebody to integrate them into our classroom and school.
Studio in a school. I'm so excited to finish my picture with our resident artist.
On any typical day, my co-teacher and I would plan by ourselves, but today we're actually meeting in our collab lab, and we're meeting with the occupational therapist and physical therapist to see how we can address fine and gross motor skill development in all of our students.
So how do we finance this? We have our budget from the city and state of New York because of our population. We're a turnaround school. We have $6.9 million for the first year, and 68% of that goes towards the salary for our faculty and staff. 6.6% we are putting towards our innovation fund. Of that innovation fund, we have our Early Risers program, our Collab Lab PD for teachers, and our hands-in-hand mentorship program, as well as our communication system for our multi-language parents, and our home-to-school bridge program. At the end of the first year, we'll have a surplus of about $1.7 million, and that is going towards future programs as well as investment for our community and our students.
So why Diverse Horizons School? Because it is our mission to act. Through access, community, and teams, we will provide a rich and inclusive learning experience that is just as diverse as our young learners' thinking and identities. We are Diverse Horizons, not for school, but for life.
Thank you. We're going to start out questions with Dr. De La Cruz.
Thank you for your presentation. Mott Haven has a soft spot, the Bronx. I mean, give it up for the Bronx. We love the Bronx. But I just want to say thank you for creating and, again, thinking about some of our most marginalized young people. My question is around, and I'm glad to hear about the home-to-school bridge. And in the beginning of your presentation, you talked about the lack of a high school GED diploma. So I was wondering if you had thought about how to address supporting families with getting their GED or high school diploma.
Certainly, I can speak to that. within the next 2 years after opening the school, we do plan on expanding extracurricular activities and night activities. One of the things that we want to do is have an initiative to, one, provide language supports for families, so families that are learning how to speak English, they will be able to take classes, and eventually transition into a GED program. And those families that already do have English just have a night program where they can be able to access the GED. We're thinking of maybe starting that after year 2 or so.
Thank you. I will tell you, if you really do, in the New York City, this is for everyone. Anybody in New York City, this is for everyone. Our D79 programs provide free GED and computer programming, English as a new language. So you don't have to wait for year 2. They'll actually pay and fund the teachers and the program. And so I think it's one of not everybody in the DOE knows about it, but it's a really great program for supporting, and I think that when thinking about the community. The other thing, just because of the Department of Education and Horizons, the name of your school, you should be aware that there is a NEST program called the Horizon program, and so people might get confused with, that's an 8-to-1 classroom structure within the NEST program. But thanks again for your presentation.
Great job, team. Also on your proposal, I was very comprehensive, and I was excited to see Collab Lab. And you talked about disrupting sort of like the traditional prep time for teachers, and also including related service providers, the other support staff. Can you share more? You referenced briefly in your proposal how you will, like the protocol you'll use for that time. So I'm glad that time will be structured. But I have 2 questions. One is, from that collaboration, as a student and then a parent of that student, what will I see or what will I experience? Will I get a progress report? Will I ever be invited to the Collab Lab as a student and a parent to discuss my progress, et cetera? That's my first question, and then I'll ask my second question about Collab Lab.
Thank you so much. So to address the needs of how to have more family engagement and to update them with the progress monitoring, our schedule has embedded time for teachers and service providers to be able to contact families. That will occur every Tuesdays for classroom teachers, and that will be time specifically to update them about 40 minutes every Tuesdays after school so that they are able to reach out to classroom teachers and vice versa so that they are updated on every student's progress. In addition to that, like you said, we have very structured protocols that are embedded for every service provider that collaborates with that classroom through Collab Lab to also have a say and share that information with the parents as well. And we also have 2 social workers that will work hand in hand with our parent-family coordinator to support these families.
Got it. So that's helpful. So the family interaction is a related service provider or teacher picks up the phone and says, "Oh, Mrs. Jones, I worked with the team here today, and as a result, here are the glows and here are the grows for your student." That's helpful. So as the school leadership team from the Collab Lab, your outcomes will be an increase, certainly like an overall increase in student achievement. And but what does goal setting look like for students in particular? Like, what other outcomes are you looking for from the Collab Lab other than we should see everybody grow?
That definitely goes hand in hand with our Success for All curriculum. This is not just like a whole school reform on literacy, but it also touches upon other content areas as well. So what we're gonna do is have multidisciplinary planning for Success for All to make sure that all content areas, especially with literacy, is updated, monitored, and also contacted back to the parents and families.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Dr. Hyperlight.
Just to build on that, because I had some similar questions. You talked a lot about the Collab Lab having data and information to inform parents. How will that data be used to inform real-time decisions for intervention, student supports, things of that nature.
Thank you. So in having our weekly meetings, we want to make sure that the curriculum is being tailored and modified to meet the needs of the students. So in the ICT model, where the two teachers regularly meet, we want to make sure that they come already with some areas to address when they're consulting with either the OT or the PT or the social worker or counselor. And in doing so, it's like, to kind of build on the previous question also, we're not just looking for academic success, but overall success holistically. So we are at our school are a firm believer that to be able to have academic growth, we need to have social emotional growth first as well, and that be the forefront of it all. So keeping these two things in mind, we want to make sure that we're balancing that, we're meeting the needs of our students, social emotionally developing them, so that the academics can come. If a student isn't happy, not ready, and not in a place where they feel safe to learn, learning is not going to be productive or conducive. So to answer both questions, we want to have this holistic approach. And in bringing in the providers into our collab lab, we hope to achieve that for our students.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning. We are Powerhouse Charter High School, located in North Philadelphia, serving grades 9 through 12. I'd like to introduce you to our founding team. I'm Mark. This is Rebecca, Monica, Natalie, Sean, and Jaleesa. Our mission here at Powerhouse Charter High School is to empower our historically marginalized students for post-secondary success through the use of exploratory learning, culturally relevant instruction, social-emotional development, and community engagement. We ensure all of our students will leave with a plan for life after high school. This leads to our core values: liberty, removing the barriers; equity, giving each student what they need; advocacy, helping our students find their voice and use it with confidence; and determination, unwavering purpose in the face of adversity. We envision a world where each student gets what they need to lead their own version of a successful life.
Our fundamental pillar is exploratory learning, in which we include curriculum that is inquiry-based, student-centered, and interdisciplinary. We also believe in successful life, which means graduation for all and preparing our students for independent life. Finally, we support diverse populations of students by preparing them with post-graduation plans. In addition, we support our teachers with our teacher retention and development plans. In Philadelphia, the graduation rate is 69.8%. In our specific community, the graduation rate is 58%, both of which are much lower than the state. In addition, only 36% of high school students in Philadelphia score proficient or above on the ELA Keystone exam. As a 9 to 12 school, we'll serve our community by being literacy focused and providing CTE programs to revitalize the community. Taking a closer look at the Keystone data, we can see that students with disabilities and English language learners are performing significantly lower than the general education students. Students with disabilities and English language learners are also graduating at much lower rates than any other demographic. We've also found that high schools in Philadelphia have the highest graduation rate if they offer CTE programs, and this has informed how we designed our school.
Through our Power Pathways, we will offer plumbing and welding CTE tracks. We will prepare our students to be industry ready so they can have a meaningful career after graduation. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, there is a need for more plumbing and welding jobs, which is evident in the 5 to 8% job growth in those fields. After graduating from Powerhouse, our students will be able to earn at least $47,000 a year, which will lead them to having a living wage and a successful life. We will do this by engaging our students in learning and making sure that there's an alignment between their CTE track and our literacy initiatives. In the 9th grade, our students will be enrolled in Powerhouse 101, where they will be able to engage in career exploration and have a better understanding of the pathways we offer. In the 10th grade, our students will break out into their tracks, and they will take their introductory courses in CTE. We will also support them with STEM classes. In their junior year, our students will be able to take advanced courses in CTE, where they will build upon the foundational skills that they learned the previous year. They will also be able to anticipate any occupational workplace hazards that may occur. In their senior year, our students will be heading out into the community to the Philadelphia Navy Yards, where they will be able to have hands-on training and mentorship with local experts. This will also lead to certification. According to Preventing Dropout in Schools, CTE programs improve the rate of graduation amongst Black and brown students. At Powerhouse, we will provide mentorship through our hybrid model, extracurricular activities, and build strong student-teacher relationships, which will improve student outcomes.
In order to maintain these benefits, we want to center our curriculum in exploratory and interdisciplinary learning. Our curriculum model directly reflects the IPM model, which has been proven to improve overall literacy skills. When taking a look at our literacy efforts and our CTE offerings, we've also found that this improves overall literacy skills by increasing student motivation, expanding literacy skills, and providing opportunities to apply these skills to real-world situations.
This is Isaiah. He came to us last year as a freshman, and now he's in the 10th grade. Isaiah lives over on North Carlisle Street, and he walks to school every day. He arrives a little early and has breakfast in the cafeteria with his friends. Isaiah's instructional day starts at 9 a.m. with our reading intervention class, Read 180. According to the reading inventory data from last year, while Isaiah's Lexile level has increased, he's still reading below grade level. Isaiah says that he likes his Read 180 class because of the individualized attention he receives from his teacher. During this 30-minute block, Isaiah will rotate between 2 stations where he'll work on fluency and writing. His comprehension and analysis has improved, and he's able to identify imagery, conflict, and characterization in grade-level text, while he continues to work on providing reasoning and making connections in his writing. Next, he goes to ELA. This is intentional so that he can take the skills that he applied in his reading intervention class and use them right away. Isaiah is a student with a disability. Isaiah is a student with a disability, and he is programmed for our ICT classes in all of his core content classes. This provides him with the support that he needs to work on his prerequisite skills while mastering new ones. According to his level 1 vocational assessment, geometry is Isaiah's favorite class. His teacher, Mr. Hayes, works with his students to provide manipulatives and real-life scenarios when teaching the complex skills in geometry. Isaiah's special education teacher embeds literacy, supports, and skills so that he can use them when solving word problems. This is Isaiah's first year in his welding course. He's going to learn the prerequisite skills during this time that he'll take on into his future internship.
A day in the life of Mr. Hayes. It begins with professional learning, department time, and coaching and mentoring. If you notice, he has common planning time and non-instructional time built right into his day. Mr. Hayes is a homegrown teacher. He came to us by way of our external partnerships with local colleges and universities. He was a student at Temple University, which is located just 5 blocks from our location. Mr. Hayes did not know exactly what he wanted to do, but he heard from his Career Center that we were holding an educator workshop. So once he attended, he decided that he wanted to be a teacher. He is supported by one of our instructional coaches that is extremely experienced, who will later become his mentor. Mr. Hayes' instructional coach came to us as a TOC, one of our external partnerships through SAGE program, which is the Social Action and Justice Education Program at Arcadia University. Mr. Hayes now teaches 10th grade geometry to students like Isaiah. Mr. Hayes completed our onboarding training for new hire teachers, which he received PDs on Powerhouse 101, culturally relevant instruction, and bias training. He also decided that he wanted to join one of our affinity groups, which is a way that he can discuss topics and challenges that are important to him. He also was going to lead one of our extracurricular clubs, which is chorus, because he was a singer in his church's choir. Our robust and differentiated professional development program, including collegial inquiry, coaching and mentor, and teaming. I'd like to draw your attention to coaching and mentoring. Mr. Hayes receives his professional, differentiated coaching through our preferred coaching methods and also through his personalized problem of practice. The mentoring is used for emotional support, well-being, and professional learning. In our efforts to retain teachers of color, Mr. Hayes will receive a benefits package, well-being package that includes tuition assistance, paid non-instructional time, student loan matching program, and also a gym membership.
All right, so for our operating budget, we're looking at a starting fiscal year of about $2.5 million, going up to 6.8 by year 5. I'm now going to break down for you what that kind of looks like. So for our next point, we're looking at facilities. So in year 1, we start off modest with increases over time, and this represents the fact that we're in a space that already was operating as a school, so we have 24 classrooms already in operational use, and we're going to be modifying and developing that over time to support our CTE pathways. Next, we have staffing. We start off, once again, modestly with staffing, and we emphasize our curriculum. By year 3, we're adding in an additional social worker and guidance counselor to support our students and continuing to add on support staff by years 4 and 5. Curriculum. So our curriculum year 1 is about $47,000. We're going to be purchasing Read 180 for our literacy program, Sewn to Grow for our advisory program, as well as intro welding and plumbing courses for our Powerhouse 101. By years 4 and 5, we will be purchasing more robust curriculum for both plumbing and welding, as well as Naviance, and we're going to be having our dual enrollment program coming in year 3. Next, we have our specific CTE budget. This represents all the equipment that we're going to be purchasing, with our biggest push in year 3 to honor our juniors who are going to be needing the most equipment to support their internship hours for certification with the state. We are Powerhouse Charter High School, where all students leave with a plan for the future.
Good start with Dr. Ling.
All right. So, it's a very strong presentation. CTE is very near and dear to my heart. We're beginning a program at our school, and you hit all the marks. And I had, the detailed articulation of the courses being tied to standards and certifications, spot on. Question I have, first question, who tracks the required Keystone exam minimums and satisfactory completion of the assessments that are trade skill related? And what if they don't pass this additional assessment? Do they receive a regular diploma?
Yeah, so essentially, if students are not able to pass any of their capstones or their keystones, they have multiple opportunities to try. We purposely have a trimester-based schedule so that way we can front load 9th and 10th grade with the requirements that they need, and then if they need additional time, they'll be able to complete that in the 11th and 12th grade through receiving those extra supports. And then in regards to their certification through CTE, they're going to be starting that actually in the 11th grade and trying to receive those certs then, so that way if they're not passing it, they can complete it in their senior year.
That's smart. Yep, we're doing the same, so thank you. I have a budget question. I just can't stay away from budget. From fiscal year 2027 through 2029, you have minimum renovation costs of $180,000 per year. What is that for?
So basically, the space that we're in does not have any CTE classrooms, so we need that space in-house. And then for the most complex part of the certification, the students are going to be going to the Navy Yard, but we do need that space for the intro courses, for like tool safety and things like that, and that's what we're emphasizing right there.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Hyperlight.
CTE to me is also near and dear to my heart, but what happens when you have a student that comes to you really enthused about CTE, has the credentials, excited, but also has dreams of being the first person in their family to go to college? How do you balance that as well?
So we actually also have a dual enrollment program through Arcadia University, where students will be able to earn at least 12 to 16 credits while they're still in school. We also, in our Powerhouse 101 course, will be essentially like going through career exploration and having an understanding of like what those jobs, if you get an associate's degree, these are the types of jobs that you can get. If you have a bachelor's degree, these are the types of jobs you can get. And if you just decide to leave high school with certifications, here's what you can also do. So they're gonna have multiple options and be able to make the informed decisions.
Thank you. And one other thing, this is something I personally struggle with, so please, you may not even have an answer to this. When you have students in the high school setting that are years behind in their reading literacy, how do you make a class or a program like Read 180 be empowering versus demeaning or demoralizing for a student? It really helps them to motivate them versus feeling like, oh my gosh, I'm in high school and I have to do this.
Yeah, so Read 180 specifically, the texts, there's different levels of Read 180, so you can get the universal program that provides text high interest for high school age students, and students work through modules within the workshops. So it's more of students working independently on their independent reading through a module, and then maybe they're rotating through the stations, and they go to the teacher, and they work in smaller groups on writing. And then I think that helps support that at a high school level, because there's some room for independent learning, but then some room for targeted instruction.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Miller?
From a motivating factor, how do you keep kids motivated? Because even in the context of the Read 180 having independent component, we know that a lot of times kids in high school suffer from motivational issues, and being so far behind in reading, how will you build that in, or how have you considered that as part of your model?
Yeah, absolutely. So part of what's great about that program is that it's constantly feeding data. So based on the frequency that students work through modules and the pace at which they do it, and we're able to provide students with those reports. So almost look, last week, and it could be weekly, last week you did this much, but now look how much you grew this week. And then there's also built-in assessments. They're called, when I spoke about Isaiah, the reading inventory. So you can give them every 30 days, so then students can actually track their reading growth in shorter amounts of time than waiting for a marking period or a summative assessment in ELA. So I think that helps keep them motivated. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. De La Cruz.
So I'm always going to ask about the families, if you haven't figured that out, because I feel like regardless of whether it's high school, regardless of the age group, yes, we have community partnerships, but how are we honoring and creating and including our parents as true partners in the learning experience? So if you could speak a little bit to that.
So I think that kind of starts with our mission, right? We are targeting historically marginalized groups because I live in North Philadelphia, right? And that's the area of which it is. And I think that the community, the input is going to be there because we're specifically and intentionally going to make sure that our demographics of teachers matches the students, and we're going to value that input that comes from the community.
In addition to that, we're also going to be holding movie nights on our campus. We're gonna have car washes in order for us to raise funds for the school, and this is a way for us to bring the parents and involve them as well. And we also want to have on weekends community fairs where local business owners, including our families, can come in and sell their things and essentially just grow our community in that way.
Thank you. And what about if some of our family members want to take part in welding and plumbing as well? Like, will there be opportunities for that?
That's a great question, and we are still considering it for the future.
Yes,
Thank you
yes,
so much
yes.
for that.
Sorry, one more judge with one more question. So I saw the CT, and I agree with what Dr. Link said. I also saw dual enrollment. And so I looked at those major components in your programming, and I looked at your staffing model, and I noticed, I was like, these are two major anchors in your program, but it's not necessarily apparent who is responsible in your staffing model and who is the primary owner of the outcomes and also the day-to-day operations, because you make an assumption that a 12th grader can handle go into their apprenticeship on their own on the public transportation, but that's just not the case. That's a dangerous assumption to make. So with that, who is responsible for the dual enrollment, and who is responsible for not just the one CTE pathway, but these two CTE pathways that are clearly spelled out, but students are definitely gonna need support through the end of the pathway?
Absolutely. So we have a partnership coordinator coming in year 2, as well as a dean of student support. The partnership coordinator will see over everything that deals with internships, apprenticeships, as well as the dual enrollment program. They are the ones who will provide the students with the trans passes, which they can get free transportation to and from their internships, as well as Arcadia University. So they will be the ones checking in about how they're doing in those courses, as well as if they're obtaining the credit from Arcadia. In terms of the CTE program, our Dean of Student Support is going to watch over that in addition to the partnership coordinator. So really making sure that the kids are acclimating through the intro course, the advanced course, and then when it's time for them to go to the internship, making sure that they are selected for either the Navy shipyard or the Philly shipyard. And in that role, we're also going to look into additional internships for our students, I think it was mentioned, who might come in with a lot of vigor for the CTE pathways, but then might find a different love through our career exploration in Powerhouse 101.
Gotcha. Well, I would invite you to consider thinking about dedicated roles, because if the partnership gets the call like, oh, your student didn't show up for their apprenticeship, the partnership coordinator has to go track down that student or figure out what happened to that student. It seems like the Dean of Student Supports also has additional responsibilities and a whole team that reports to him or her. So I think what would really strengthen your application is these two major anchors really aligning your staffing model accordingly. But otherwise, great job.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Betty Salgado. I'm an Indianapolis teacher. I'm here to tell you a story about one of my students. Her name is Sophia. She is very bright. She has a deep desire to study. Sadly, she misses school a lot. The reason that she misses school a lot is because she has to take care of her younger siblings. In Indianapolis, many families live below poverty levels and cannot afford to pay daycare. Sophia has low grades and is thinking about dropping out. In Indianapolis public schools, the chronic absenteeism rate is 53.8%. The average household income is about $33,000 per year, and the dropout rate is 20%, the worst in the state of Indiana. My team and I have created a school design that will address this issue. So here is my colleague to tell you more about Pathways Academy.
The mission of Pathways Academy is to ensure at-risk adolescents graduate high school while providing them opportunities for personal growth and connection, career-building experiences, and financial security. Our vision is to ensure no Indianapolis public school student is forced to choose between their education and supporting their financial needs. Come on a journey with me as Sophia learns about the core values at Pathways Academy. It begins with relationships. Sophia will develop a strong understanding of self-worth and connectiveness while building relationships with both her peers and staff members. Throughout her years, she will be exposed to community. It is here that she will create a symbiotic relationship with our community partners and their resources. Finally, she will learn about stability. Sophia will understand the importance of building long-term success through a career, not a job, or have the ability to build her own pathway to continue her education in college after high school. Together, relationships, community, and stability form our core values.
Our school provides an innovative solution to the chronic absenteeism problem in Indianapolis through a focus on relationships as well as a non-traditional schedule. We know that just having one trusted adult can have a profound positive impact on a student's life. That's why at our school, students are paired with a mentor the moment they enter the door, who supports them through their 4 years of high school, improving their attendance as well as their academic achievement. Our mentors are trained in our Check and Connect program, in which they learn how to monitor warning signs of disengagement and provide prompt, individualized interventions to their students. Our students also participate in an intervention block every Friday. This is an opportunity for our students to receive one-on-one, individualized academic tutoring or mentoring, or working on their studies, depending on their particular needs. Every Friday, our students have our social and emotional learning seminar. Here, they're exposed to curricula on topics such as trauma and violence prevention in order to learn the skills that are necessary to be successful in the community, such as self-regulation, conflict resolution, and healthy communication. Last but not least, on Fridays, students are dismissed early while our teachers engage in collaboration and professional development. For Sophia, this is a vital opportunity where she can engage in part-time work. For students like Sophia, who are chronically absent in 8th grade, they are 7 times more likely to drop out of high school. Many of these students do so that they can find employment and support their families. However, by enrolling in Pathways Academy, Sophia is enabled to earn close to $75,000 while still having time to complete her studies. This keeps Sophia motivated to remain in school for the full 4 years. However, it's not just about money. We know that increasing economic stability, teaching social emotional skills such as violence prevention and healthy relationship and communication, and mentorship programs are all proven ways for communities to reduce the occurrence of adverse childhood experiences. So not only are we setting Sophia and her peers up for a successful 4 years of high school, we are also setting them up
for a bright and healthier future into adulthood.
In 9th and 10th grade, students will be taking 8 classes per year, 7 of which will be credit-bearing. What Sophia likes about Pathways Academy is that she's able to create her own schedule. Other than her core 4 classes, she's able to pick from a list of financial literacy, interpersonal relationships, and life skills electives. This way, the classes are meaningful and interesting to her. In order to participate in the apprenticeship program, Sophia must pass all of her classes. Since she missed several days of school last year, she's been worried. However, thanks to the built-in remediation block, she's able to complete her homework assignments in school and receive individualized tutoring. On Fridays, Sophia meets with her mentor teacher to discuss her academic progress or with the social worker for emotional support.
Focusing on the core value of community, students at Pathways Academy in 9th and 10th grade will be exposed to the various career options offered at our school. They will attend weekly seminars, weekly community connection seminars, where officials from the partnerships we have established will come in and speak to our students. This is a wonderful opportunity for our students to ask questions and begin building their network. Our unique apprenticeship program is grounded in the idea that we are building meaningful relationships with our local businesses. It also ensures that students are able to make informed decisions when selecting their pathway. Our apprenticeship model is like none other. We center students and their financial needs. Students and their financial needs. We build on their, in 11th grade, students select their pathway and begin working with a master in their field, understanding that they're not just getting a job, but building a career. At Pathways, we have 3 affiliates that will serve the pathways. We have a relationship with Ascension St. Vincent Hospital through our health sciences, the Heritage Group through our environmental services, and One America for our business pathways. But we all know that teenagers tend to change their mind. So in the event that one of the selected pathways no longer serves our students, we've also partnered with Employ Indy, where they will pair the student with local businesses to complete their field. We are proud to announce that Sophia has chosen the health science pathway through Ascension St. Vincent, where she will work under a nurse to complete her certified nursing assistant program.
In 11th grade, Sophia will begin her apprenticeship program. This is what she's been looking forward to. She'll be taking 4 classes of her choice per year and start making money. What's unique about the Pathways program is that the apprenticeship hours are built into the schedule so that students are able to earn a stable income. In 12th grade, Sophia decided to take a credit-bearing peer tutoring class to build relationships with incoming freshmen to support them in smooth transition into their high school career. She's also taking a psychology course supplemented with the AP Psychology curriculum through Edgenuity so that if she decides to graduate with an honors diploma, she can do so.
To ensure the success of students like Sophia and her peers, we're committed to hiring highly qualified teachers. Meet Ms. Raymond, a recent educational graduate from Butler University. She is thrilled to come to work with collaborative, like-minded individuals. Her favorite days are Fridays, not because it's the last day of the week, but because of the unique teacher structure that we have for them. In the mornings, she has shared lunch with students and staff. So Ms. Raymond can build relationships with her students in a non-academic setting, or she can form meaningful relationships with her peers during lunch. In the afternoon, Pathways is dedicated to the professional development and growth of its teachers. So we have the entire afternoon blocked out for development. Take a look at September's schedule. Week 1, we have data implementation practices. Week 2, we learn about differentiated instruction. Week 3 is choice session, where Ms. Raymond can enroll in a strand throughout the year to learn how she chooses. Her favorite is personal development. Because we want teachers to be empowered their learning, you are free to take whatever professional development you believe is necessary for your growth. But what about that 5th Friday? Freestyle Friday. Wellness is important, so teachers are free to leave and practice self-care in whatever way they deem necessary. Pathways Academy is a premier working environment for novice teachers with a growth mindset and a love of learning.
If you ever want to know a school leader's priority, a good place to start is their budget. At Pathways, we spend around 69% of our first-year expenses into instruction. That includes salary and benefits for our staff. The community liaison is the bridge between our school community and our school. Instructional services, as well as professional development. We train our teachers in Edgenuity, which is a huge part of our remote and self-paced curriculum, as well as Check and Connect, which takes care of the SEL portion of our school. Like mentioned before, around 69% of our first-year revenue goes to instruction. Fast forward to year 5, that number goes up to around 75%. We've added an assistant principal, 14 teachers, 1 extra guidance counselor, and 1 school psychologist. We want Pathway to be a place where students like Sophia can come and reserve the learning environment they deserve.
Post Pathways, Sophia has options. She can become a certified nursing assistant and continue working at Ascension Hospital, where she's been apprenticed for the past 2 years. She can also go to college to pursue her dream of becoming a doctor, or she can do both, working part-time and going to school. 4 years ago, Sophia was a chronically absent student who was considering dropping out. Now, she's graduating from Pathways Academy with an honors diploma. She's glad to have Ms. Legato, who encouraged her not to give up. She knows that she has a bright future ahead of her. So, if you want to learn while you earn, come to Pathways. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such intentionality in your presentation. But given such a narrow scope of student and a challenging, if I'm quite frank, student population to serve, how will you engage with those students? Where will you find them? Because they are chronically absent, so they're not connected to a school home base, so to speak. Where will you physically go to find them and recruit them to come to your school?
Thank you for that question. We have identified 5 middle schools within a 3 to 5 radius of our school. We are going to partner with the principal, the guidance counselors, and the parent coordinator to help us identify those students. Once we then invite those students to come in to apply to our school. Also through outreach, community outreach and programs, just to expose students to our school, and then from there we will expose them to all we have to offer.
Thank you.
Thank you, team, for your proposal specifically to address this critical issue in Indianapolis. I had a question about the mentoring, which seems like an anchor of your program. The mentors are external or internal?
So our mentors are internal. It is a bit of a hybrid. So we recognize that this mentoring program adds a lot of extra work onto our teachers' schedules. We want our students to be paired with teachers when they come in, so they have somebody stable who they can form a relationship with through the 4 years that they're in high school. But in order to support teachers in that work, we've also partnered with the University of Indianapolis's Department of Social Work. So we're gonna bring in social work interns to support the teachers as mentors in that data collection piece and in the intervention planning piece, where they may not necessarily be experts in how to build an intervention to support a student's attendance and social emotional functioning. So it's a little bit of both.
Okay, so it's hybrid. So how do you mitigate, so because there's an external component, it's a major anchor in your program, and you're outsourcing a portion of it. How do you control for or mitigate what's not in your locus of control regarding mentors, given that it's the first thing that was in your presentation? Our students get mentors, and that's when I went back to check, and I was like, are they internal, are they external? They're kind of external. It's an anchor in your program. So what are you gonna do to mitigate the fact that an anchor of your program is kind of, there are elements that will be outside of your locus of control?
Sure, absolutely. So I would say that the partnership with the social workers is our mitigation strategy, because really the teachers have the time built into their schedules for this work, and they're all going to receive the training that they need to implement the program. What you didn't see up here is that in a teacher's normal schedule from Monday through Thursday, they have 90 minutes of prep time built into their schedule. So they have 45 minutes to have self-directed time with whatever they need to do, and then they have another 45 minutes where they can work on mentoring, engage with families of students. Check and Connect only requires approximately 1 hour per student to implement the program with fidelity. So we would be able to do that. And the program, you can also use volunteers from the community. You can hire staff to come in. So those are also options that we have if the School of Social Work doesn't work out. But the School of Social Work also has a history of building relationships with the community. So there's a big precedent for it.
Great, thank you.
So again, building upon the mentorship and also just chronic absenteeism. So from my experience, and this is something that we're, I think, addressing in most of the country, there's a connection between the home for a multitude of reasons, whether it's different things occurring at home. I'm glad to hear about the social work connection, but I also know the impact and the connection between the parents. So what are your thoughts, or how are we going to support the parents? Because for a lot of our young people, their inability to get to school, yes, there's multiple pathways to that as well. I mean, I could go on and on.
I'll take that. I know that we mentioned it, but we've also, in our budget, have a community liaison that we will pay year one. And that will be our bridge to the community liaison. Essentially will come from the community and be our bridge from school to community. And through the social worker, the community liaison, the guidance counselor, and the school psychologist, we will host a number of workshops and trauma-informed sessions. We're not therapists, but really to begin to have the community and the parents receive some services or some support within the school.
Thank you so much. I mean, I really appreciate that, and I would also just think about the ongoing monitoring of how this is all going to remain connected to each other. Because I know that the 90 minutes and the teacher team, but I would say that from the work that we've done, and I think a lot of us have done, it's the level of the quality of mentoring, and also encouraging that not only do our children have mentors, the staff has mentors, but the parents have a one-to-one, like who's going to be that connection, and how is it going to link the social emotional to the instruction, because there is a connection between that as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are so many commendable aspects to your proposal, and I wanted to dig a little deeper on the students who work on Fridays. They're provided the opportunity to complete asynchronous work after 7 or 10 p.m. It's hard for me to complete work on Fridays, but I do. But my question is, Are they provided technology, and is the expectation that the work be completed over the weekend? How does that work?
Yeah, so our budget has money built in so that all the students have Chromebooks delivered to them so that they have the ability to work on our Edgenuity program. I don't know how much you know about Edgenuity, but it's self-paced guided curriculum where they watch videos of professional teachers. The cool thing about Edgenuity is it's already partnered with Indiana as a state, so all the courses are already pre-approved. So the students can do it on their own. Where the teacher comes in is they get to select what work is actually assigned through Edgenuity. So if student A needed this lesson made up, they could assign just that lesson versus student B who needs a separate lesson, because one of the hardest things with completing work asynchronously is the overwhelming aspect of just how much it is. But with Edgenuity, you can log on and it's just, oh, I need to watch this one lesson. I don't have 184 unsolved tasks. That's how we're going about it.
And thank you. And as a follow-up, so what kind of supports do you provide? Again, I'm going back to the question of doing work on the weekend. What if they don't get it done? And there is compulsory amount and quality and that has to be completed. So how do you support them?
Right, so that's a very good question. I also thought about that because the past year, I think as teachers, we've all realized how difficult it is to keep students engaged through online. So one of our models is that the remediation block is actually built into the schedule. That's why even though they're scheduled for 8 classes, only 7 of them are credit bearing. So that one remediation block, or actually they'll have it twice a week, is when they'll get to have this remote learning in class with the teacher in front of them. So they can do it with other students, next to each other. If they want to do math, they can have a math section. If they want to do English, they can have an English section. But there'll also be a teacher there to help them with the progress that they'll be making on the program. So not only do they have Friday to complete the task, they'll also have Tuesday, Thursday, or Monday, Wednesday to do it at school. And that's been proven by research to be more effective than them doing it outside of school.
Thank you.
When you think about the multifaceted approach by which you all are bringing kids into the school, I'm interested in hearing a little bit more about the profile of the teacher. And you highlighted your professional development design and what that would look like. And my wondering is, what does the profile of the teacher look like? In part 2, and most importantly, with all of your pathways, how do you ensure that when a teacher struggles, that there is a plan for intervention on the teacher's part? Because absence of a good teacher in this type of model, it can really flounder. So speak to those 2 things for me.
Our teachers are novice teachers coming out of the educational schools, and because we have the collaborative time where it has vertical and horizontal alignment, the teachers are then paired together so the master teacher can support. We also have intervisitation plans where you can come visit my classroom, and that choice strand on the 3rd week, they can have, that can be, well, you need to be developed some more, so your professional development strand is going to be along the lines of mentoring and how to develop these novice teachers to become master teachers. And in hopes of retention, the novice teacher becomes a master teacher and can now mentor these novice teachers that are coming in, so it's a cycle of teachers going around.
Okay, thank you very much. Pathways Academy. So how awesome, right? So let's give a big round of applause for our first half, all of us. I'm so proud they've done such a great job. You know, when I introduced the groups and said some thank yous, you know, I said, I'll be back. I have some other thank yous. I'm going to do that at this time. I also got a message from people, multiple people saying to me, so who are you? I failed to introduce myself. In my eagerness to move it on to who's important in this room today, I'm Brian Perkins. I'm the director of the Summer Principals Academy. Some of you may already know that we have 2 locations for the Summer Principals Academy based on academic schedules for K-12 teachers throughout the country. So we have the two programs. We have identical programs, one based in New Orleans, Louisiana, on the campus of the Loyola University Law School in New Orleans, Louisiana, and then our main campus location here in New York City. And so I'm back and forth with those programs. We do 5 weeks, and we have faculty that go between the two, not exactly duplicated in faculty, but duplicated in program. And so for the first part of the summer, from June to mid-July, we're in New Orleans, and then from July to August, we're here in New York City. So I'm delighted to have the opportunity to be in that role. And so I mentioned faculty. I do want to thank our faculty. We have, I see only one in the room right now, but someone who has been with us for quite a few years now. As a part of SPA, we have a program, interesting, that I used to say before our students start their day, they do a program that's called self-awareness training. And over the years, I've changed that, is that our students start their day with this experience. And it's because it is so important. Now, long before self-awareness training and meditation became the sexy thing to do in education, we were doing it here in SPA. In fact, a lot of times people came in and said, "What is this?" when we first started. And now it has caught on. And so we have a faculty member here with us. And Archimedes, thank you for coming. Who is one of our adjunct professors who teaches that course. And we have a number of other faculty, and I want to thank our faculty, and I'll go, I know there are a number of them that have commented already online, and I want to thank them also for being online and watching. And so let me start with thanking for their tremendous support, the program administration. Our program coordinator and leader at the ed leadership level is Dr. Jeffrey Young. Our department chair is Dr. Mark Gooden. Thank you. But a lot of it is also not possible without even, a lot of the administration making sure that we have the budgets and the support of the rest of the university to make this happen. So I also want to give a special thank you to the president and vice president here at the college and provost, interim provost that is in place now, Dr. Bill Baldwin, and the president also. I also want to mention a few other people that are here helping us. We have I want to say budget administrator, but one of our department administrators that's here, and that's Caitlin Gamble. Well, Caitlin. And somewhere maybe in the back is Jennifer Capri, is one of our secretaries. Special thank you to her. We have also the assistant director from New Orleans is here, and is also a SPA graduate, and it's Ashley Red. So welcome, Ashley. One of our video producers is here and has been working with us for the past 2 years, Justin Blackstone. And someone who was a part of the group last year that I have to tell you has been just, I can't say how important this year to the success of the program this year, who graduated with us last year and whose team won the Best SPA Design Award last year. She and students know that she has been there sending emails all times of night and just doing a magnificent job. And I want to thank her personally for being here, who has actually just been awarded a Building Excellent Schools Fellowship. is Nandi Edwards. And so this is the example of someone who I say graduates from our program and is going to go open a school. So we're excited about that. Now, we have, we've gone through 4 schools. We have 4 left. And so in consideration of you, we have planned a 30-minute intermission. And so we're not just going to send you down to Dunkin' Donuts or on the corner. We have a break planned for you in the Everett Cafe where you will go and we have refreshments and we will direct you there. There'll be people out there to show you right down the hallway where the exhibition was. And so we're going to ask you to go there at this time, and we'll be back here. We'll direct you back in probably about 20 minutes so that we can be ready to go in 30 more minutes where we'll continue with the second half. So thank you very much. Okay, welcome back. So welcome to the second half to those of us joining us on YouTube Live. Welcome also. Just in case you didn't know, I know there are a lot of people here in the live audience, but today's event will be available for replay after you get home, and I know some of you will want to see things again. We actually had a visitor that came and spoke to the cohort earlier this year that was a former graduate who admitted to them that he likes to watch the new school design presentation every year so that he can steal things to take back to his school. And so we know it is the best form of flattery, so please take what you will. And we're doing this broadcast in this location. We have, as I've mentioned, we have video production here, but we also, I want to extend thanks to a couple of people, and actually a group and a person, but that have done a great job of being with us. One is the live stream company that is handling remote production of this event today. And it's going out to YouTube Live, and so many people are watching that way from different places all over. But also, one of our staff members in New Orleans, who is the program associate in New Orleans, is also a vital part of our whole team, and that's Kerrigan Smoot. So let's give them also a round of applause. And so we'll begin with our first of 4 more remaining schools. And so if you thought the first half was good, hold on to your seats because the same is going to happen going forward. And so again, without further ado, Community Commitment School.
Good morning. We are Community Commitment School, and today we are bringing you to the South Bronx, specifically the neighborhood of Mott Haven. Mott Haven is a vibrant place with a rich cultural history. From community organizing to cultural celebrations to a coalition of small business owners, Mott Haven is truly a special place. That being said, we are also aware that Mott Haven is one of the most underserved communities in the nation. Within School District 7, which encompasses Mott Haven, there is a disproportionately low graduation rate and a disproportionately high absentee rate. Within the community itself, the poverty rate is much higher than the city's average, and just under 50% of 18 to 24-year-olds have been unable to find a job. Within District 7, there are currently 18 other public high schools. That being said, there is clearly still a need for a community school that centers the voices of the community members themselves. Thus, we are proposing a new solution to an existing issue. CCS will be located within the Alfred E. Smith Educational Campus, located in the heart of Mott Haven. With this location, we will be able to partner directly with our community.
Let me introduce you to Mr. Jose Castillo. Mr. Castillo is a proud bodega owner and a dedicated father in the South Bronx. Through one of CCS's summer barbecues, he was introduced to our Director of Family and Community Engagement. There, he was asked to join our school leadership team. And now a member of our SLT, he's been able to see our mission and vision come to life. At CCS, we endeavor to be a pillar of Mott Haven, where students feel a profound sense of belonging and a sustained commitment to their community. We are going to do this by nourishing the individual humanity in order to sustain Mott Haven. Through our school-wide application of sustainability, our students' skills, intellects, and experiences are activated to empower them to reinvest into their communities.
All of this is possible through our curriculum, which we co-create with our community. Truth be told, there are certain students who have had negative experiences within the education system, and we intend to shift that narrative through our curriculum, which is centered around the pillars of sustainability. These include social, environmental, and economic, all housed under the umbrella of human sustainability. Our curriculum spirals each year, with our incoming freshmen experiencing sustainability on a local level. As they move to the 10th grade, they focus in on a national level, and finally, in the 11th grade, they focus on sustainability on a global scale. Our curriculum is experienced within learning communities, which are smaller cohorts of students within each grade level. Through each geographic focus, students, grades 9 through 11, engage through the same thematic pillar at the same time. First trimester, social; second, environmental; and third, economic. It is through each of these pillars that we weave elements of human sustainability. As students move on to their senior year, they begin to think about their community commitment project, also referred to as the CCP. In their year-long CCP course, students start their first trimester with a 3-pillar review. They move on to their second trimester, where they pick a pillar of focus to center the work of their community commitment project. In their third trimester, students develop and present their community commitment project at our annual Commitment Day celebration. Integral to the success of our students is the development of our teachers and staff.
Yes, so our school's professional development model consists of 4 major components. The first is awareness, wellness, and belonging. As educators, we know that this work is challenging, and also understand that our commitment to community requires us to attend to the sustainability of our teachers. So for those reasons, we endeavor to create healing-centered spaces for our teachers to do self-awareness work, cultivate their relationships to one another, and attend to their well-being. Our second component is learning partnerships. Here's where we're primarily focused on developing the capacity of our teacher teams to do data-driven inquiry work to inform instruction, and really cultivate reflective and collaborative coaching relationships to authentically allow our teachers to build their practice, both as individuals but as a collective of educators as well. Our third component is community partnerships, and here's where we're really trying to make community spaces extensions of school spaces and vice versa, knowing that our family and community partnerships are really integral to our ability to make them visible in our classrooms in both physical and non-physical ways. Here also, through that work, attempting to build the epistemological knowledge, right, the cultural competence and awareness of our teachers and faculty. Our final component is pedagogy and instruction. Here is where we're focused on developing our teachers' ability to do thematic teaching and do it well, integrating the unique components of our curricular model. To do this work, we've built our staff structures out over time. So while we begin, it will be our administrative leadership team that is heading up our professional development work. As we grow, we'll build out our house dean structure, our operations and community affairs department, and really center teacher leadership with teacher leaders at the head of each content team, really at the helm of this work, our professional development and collaborative work, of course, supported by our assistant principal of teaching and learning and our literacy director.
So we've talked about the what and the how of professional development. Now let's talk about the when. As you can see, we've built out a weekly schedule that prioritizes extended time for core instruction, plenty of time for prep and planning, and professional development opportunities. In this sample math teacher schedule, they have their STEM department meetings on Mondays, one-to-one coaching meetings on Thursdays, and school-wide professional development on Wednesdays, which is when our students engage in special programming.
The concept of this special programming on Wednesdays for students is centered all around wellness and belonging. Students begin their day in their advisory groups, where they meet and engage in social emotional learning through the curriculum We Do It for the Culture. Following this, they move with their advisory groups into their wellness and belonging class. Wellness and belonging courses are intended to nourish and enable our students to engage with their mental health and well-being every week with our school counselors. They lead this class under the knowledge that 1 in 6 youth develop a mental health condition by the time they reach the age of 14, yet only half of them are receiving services. Therefore, we put this at the crux of what we do at CCS. Following their wellness and belonging programming, they move into their house meetings. This is a fun time where kids get to work together to build teams, build community, and get a chance to feel a profound sense of belonging in a high school that could otherwise feel large. Following this, the entire school, staff and students together, move into our working lunch. This is a deliberately unstructured time during the week where students get to really use the space of the school as a community center for which it is intended. They get to engage in conversations with one another and staff and collaborate in ways that might otherwise not be possible during a typical school day. At the end of the day, in the afternoons, on our wellness and belonging days, students get to engage in wellness practicums. This is a unique opportunity where students get to collaborate with community partners to enable themselves to engage in their own cultivation of self-awareness and wellness. For example, students might go take a yoga class with our partners at Yoga Ed. They might go for a hike with our friends at New York Cares, or they might engage in some art making with the Bronx Museum of Art. At CCS, we truly believe that for our students to reinvest in their community and its sustainability, they must first invest in their own wellness and belonging.
As you can see through this Wednesday schedule, we are committed to the wellness of our students and the belonging to internal and external communities. This commitment is also reflected in our budget. In year one, 60% of our budget is dedicated to staffing. This allows us to have a student-to-staff ratio of 5:1, and within that, a student-to-counselor ratio of 50:1. Thus, prioritizing the needs of our students while also promoting the sustainability of our staff. About 29% of our budget will be designated for non-staffing expenses, a large portion of that being professional development, community engagement, and wellness programs. That last 10% will be set aside for capital projects. In that first year, the majority of the capital projects will be all around instructional equipment. To ensure the economic stability of our model, we are almost all dependent on local, state, and federal funding, depending on our enrollment size. In our first year of operation, we'll start off with just 100 freshmen. We'll grow to full capacity by year 5 with a total of 600 students. As you can see, with this increase in revenue, with that increase in numbers, the distribution of our budget remains largely the same, thus showing the sustainability of our model. The only real change in our budget in year 5 is that the capital money will be almost all go to community projects, showing our continued commitment to that Mott Haven community. The other ways in which we show our commitment to community is the Community Commitment Project. That Community Commitment Project is where students, their senior year, will utilize all the learning they've done the past 3 years to propose and enact a project around one of those 3 pillars. Is each of these projects where our mission becomes true and alive. It is because through these community commitment projects, students are able to reinvest in the Mott Haven community.
This brings us back to Mr. Castillo. Mr. Castillo has not only been an active member of our school leadership team, but he has also hosted and participated in workshops that are conducted in our community space and our community center. One of his favorite aspects of our school is the Commitment Project, where Mr. Castillo gets to partner up with our seniors every single year. Last year, he partnered up with a senior who focused on the economic pillar. This senior was able to help him create an accountability system as well as marketing for his small local business.
Excitingly, the Commitment Project, which supported Mr. Castillo and his bodega, will be utilized in the following year's 9th grade curriculum on local sustainability. You see, every summer, the SLT convenes to review all of the completed commitment projects, selecting which ones will be incorporated into the 9th grade locally focused curriculum. This way, they are ensuring that the most responsive projects are being utilized to support the learning of our incoming students. As the year comes to a close, Mr. Castillo attends our annual Community Commitment Day, where seniors are celebrated for their projects and their achievements. The room is abuzz as students are celebrated for their work, and the seniors are also there with their mentors, people who are alumni and are being celebrated for their continued reinvestment in CCS and the Mott Haven community. Smiling, Mr. Castillo is eagerly anticipating the following year, where his daughter will begin her freshman year at CCS. It is through all of these initiatives and programs that are focused on wellness and belonging and sustainability come together to create a community commitment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I love the concept of just we are the culture and the commitment to the community. I have 2 questions. The first one you already know, it's about the families, and if you could speak more to about how parents, I know that we talked about the bodega, but how are you intending to include the families in this experience?
Yeah, so I can speak to that from a staffing level. In our first year, or in our startup year rather, of operation, we have our instructional leadership team, which includes our principals and assistant principals. We also have our director of family and community engagement, and so that's a big component of how our school is being created. And then over time, that plays a crucial role in the implementation of our mission. As we go on throughout the years, we also put in place an assistant director of family and community engagement, and so that's kind of one concrete structure that exists in our model.
And another question that I have, and I wonder if you've had any thought about, what happens for the students that come in 10th grade or 11th grade, or they come the senior year and they're expected to do the community commitment project? Have you thought about what will be the onboarding or the plan to support them?
One component of our design is that we have a summer program where students will be invited prior to the start of the school year. And it's essentially a crash course, right, in our design and taking them through each of the pillars, right, because again, the curriculum doesn't build, it spirals. So giving them just the background about each pillar will prepare them to better join our community in the following year.
Question I have is about, well, first of all, I really like the model because it relies strongly on incorporating existing community structures. That you don't see that all the time, and I appreciate that very much. The question I have more directly relates to the use of funding for capital technology projects. You have a sizable percentage of your budget devoted to that. Could you speak to that more precisely? Thank you.
So there's a grant here in New York City that's at $500,000, I'm assuming, that we will use, we'll apply for, I think we have it the second year, and we'll use across the next, we can use up to 5 years to spend it all. So that's where we'll get a lot of, like, each kid gets a one-on-one computer, the technology in the classroom, and then some of the other technology that we may use in community spaces to allow the community to also engage with our program.
Okay, thank you. In the budget, I saw that you had, and forgive me if I misinterpreted, but the $500,000 seemed to be appropriated every year, so it was actually part of the total. The issue with that is that you can't get capital funding every year. However, what I would encourage you to do is, and again, it's forward thinking because you're looking to get funding outside of what you're granted every year. So it's really smart to go after additional funding like that. But it's not just your city council member. You can go to city council itself. You can go to the assemblyman for New York State. You can go to a senator. You can go to the Bronx Borough president. So I would hit them all. And you can eventually, if you stagger that, you can get that kind of funding every year and actually park the money for a larger project if you want it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then just to clarify, I'm sorry, that $500,000 I was talking about, that was like in a revenue, and then some of the other money that's also like $500,000 spread out across the 5 years kind of goes to like that community projects thing of like renovating spaces in our building and the outside facilities for community engagement. So like rather than just renovating all in 1 year, that's just kind of money set out of our budget to do that across the time.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciated certainly your focus on the community, but also that major anchor in your programming, well-being. So of course you said well-being, so I went to your budget and I see that you're about your business with 12 counselors and 4 social workers and a school psychologist. So I appreciate that. Very expensive, yes, Dr. H. But that alignment is there, and so I appreciate that. So there's a large teaching, it's a larger school, large teaching core, and then a large number of mental health staff. So can you talk more about what intentional collaboration looks like, because you have, generally it's like you have your teaching core and then the very small mental health staff, but how are you really gonna really leverage the fact that you have so much mental health support to really see outcomes for students?
I appreciate the question. I think when we built out our organization structure, we really thought about what are different teams and even overlapping teams that we have. So immediately what comes to mind is our assistant principal of student support, who oversees not only the house deans, but also the counselors and the social workers. And so they would really be the ones building the capacity in our counselors, for example, to be able to engage in the programming that we provide for our students on Wednesdays through wellness and programming, in addition to the other culture-related supports they have. And then in addition to that, we have, like I mentioned, various overlapping teams. We might have our instructional team, our SEL team, and so the idea is that with those overlapping teams, we not only create collaboration amongst our teachers, but we provide services to our students in different ways. And similarly, because the school is large, as you mentioned, we've also thought really deliberately about how we organize and group our students in a way that, as Emily said, makes an otherwise extremely large school feel smaller.
So I appreciate that response, but what does collaboration between a counselor and a set of teachers look like?
So I can try to respond to that
Yeah.
question. So if you saw our Wednesday block of time in the afternoon is for all of our staff, so that will incorporate our social emotional support staff, so they'll be engaging in the 4 components of our model, our professional development model, where it makes sense, in particular in the wellness and belonging and awareness space. They'll participate on our teacher teams, and definitely be a part of our community partnership work.
Got it.
As well.
So, or organic or expected?
Expected and organic.
Awesome. Thank you.
You guys definitely struck a chord with me, because in my experience as an authorizer, what you guys are proposing is what many schools just do not do, which is authentically engaging with a school. One of my personal pet peeves is when someone comes into a community and just plops the school down without authentically engaging with the community that they intend to serve. And so my question is really around your metrics of success for sustainability. And my question is, how will you ensure year over year that your engagement with the community is not only authentic, but you're gauging the impact that you intend to have in terms of your mission and your vision in that Mott Haven community?
I love that question. You're setting us up. So part of our long-term vision and what we really see for our school down the line is that over half of our staff actually come from the community itself. And it's an ambitious goal, but I think we're putting in place a lot of structures, both in the culture we have in our school, as you mentioned, the way we partner with our community, the way our curriculum is informed by the community, that could get us to ultimately reach that goal. But in my mind, that's one of our biggest indicators of success.
And I would say in the interim, we have this plan of utilizing PD and our community folks, as well as the people in our building, to co-collaborate and create surveys that are sent out, incrementally, but not just send a survey for a survey's sake, but then it's brought back to the team that is made up of all stakeholders to determine and measure what professional development might need to happen, what type of town halls we might need to hold, what sort of events would make sense. So kind of those incremental measurements as well to get us to that overall goal.
I love the focus on community and well-being. I think it sets the stage for strong academic performance for kids. But one of the things I was wondering if you could speak further about is the focus on how you meet the individual student's needs, because your demographic that you're serving is going to come to you with a high preponderance of needs. And so how do we ensure that while we're focused on community and the continuity of the local, the national, and the global focus, and the wraparound supports for wellness, where's that academic intervention and individualized support?
I can speak to that. So one of the reports that we were really citing was a plan called Make Mott Haven. It's a transformation plan, and in it there was a 3-year study where they surveyed the NYCHA residents from Mott Haven, asking them what are the needs of the community. And so we really based our design around what the community is already telling us that they need. So for example, many of our partnerships are already targeting specific demographics. Like Child Mind Institute is coming in and they're doing direct services for individuals as well as groups, not just in wellness, but also in reading, which we know is something that they're really going to need. We have other partnerships like Bronx River Alliance is coming in to specifically look at the environmental focus, because we know that the Bronx in general is asthma capital. Like healthcare and health issues is really high. So I think that kind of talks about how we've intentionally looked at every child's need, every family's need, and specifically focused on how the supports that we need to provide them need to go beyond our four walls.
And in addition to the external partnerships that Nairobi talked about, we also put a lot of deliberate structures in our organization chart and our schedule to really provide for that need that you are speaking of. For example, we have a whole department who's dedicated to special education, English language learners, and intervention. In addition to that, we have space blocked out in our schedule for intervention for students who may need as well.
Thank you so much.
Welcome everyone. We are Bridge Mountain High School and we are located in Las Vegas, Nevada. Where most people know Las Vegas for the Strip, I know Vegas as a community of people who will do absolutely anything for their family members. So much so that the #1 reason why students are dropping out of schools in Las Vegas is that they're leaving school to financially support their families. And it's leading to actually Nevada being one of the highest dropout rates in the whole country. So we developed Bridge Mountain to address this issue. When we looked at the data, every single year, about 3,500 students are leaving Las Vegas without a high school diploma. Looking at our specific zip code, 35 out of 100 students don't get to graduate. If we look at the left side of the room here, that means that this entire section of the room, if this was all our zip code, would be leaving without a high school diploma or all the access that brings for the rest of their lives. Looking more at the data, we looked at Nevada dropout rates by race and ethnicity, and you can see that 2 specific populations are above the average bar for dropout rates, which are Black and Hispanic students. We took voices from the community into consideration. We interviewed 50 different community members to make sure that their voices were aligning with the research that we found. One director of a local education nonprofit emphasized that there's a lot of really bad relationships between students and teachers. A recent graduate of CCSD said that he was told that college isn't worth the cost and that the benefits aren't made apparent in schools. A master teacher said that there are actually no legal protections or work limitations for students who are 16 to 17 years old. These were the voices that helped us form our school, and these were the voices that led us to our mission and vision.
So our mission is to provide a safe and flexible learning environment so that our students will have the ability to choose a life and career pathway. And through our school model, we aim to provide opportunities for our students to be college or career ready. With this in mind, our vision here at Bridge Mountain High School, we want to empower all students to attain socioeconomic mobility through universal post-secondary preparation and access. We also, like our staff and families, we're going to provide them opportunities and resources for personal and professional development. And in thinking of the resources that we are going to be provided, we have to take a closer look at the type of students we are going to serve.
At Bridge Mountain, we've implemented 3 peaks: trauma-informed practices, pathways, and flexibility. Considering that Nevada is ranked amongst the highest rate of students who drop out, we decided to take a look at research to find early warning indicators. The research identified 3 different types of students. The first type is jaded. These students don't like school and they feel unsupported by their teachers. The next type is quiet. These students usually go undetected because they like school, but they're not earning credit at a fast enough rate. And then the last type is involved. These students usually drop out at the last minute due to unforeseen circumstances. Now we're gonna take a look at our students and see how our 3 peaks come to life.
So you guys can meet Mateo. He's a second-year student here at Bridge Mountain High School. He starts his day at 8 a.m. with breakfast, and you'll notice that he starts with electives as well. This makes it so that he has a smooth and low-stakes entrance into his more rigorous coursework later on in the day. He has advisory at 11:35, and we use that time to just build their personal and professional capacities, and with lunch at 12:30. This is a time where all students and teachers have off so they can work with each other or take the time to do whatever it may be they need. He ends his day with his core classes. On an A day, he might have STEM classes, and on a B day, he has his humanities.
Quiet dropouts comprise 53% of at-risk students. Mateo is one such student. He liked school, he was doing well in school, and he is concerned about his performance, but he was not able to keep up with the pace of instruction at a traditional high school. So Mateo comes to us, and at Bridge Mountain High School, we provide Mateo access to a competency-based curriculum, where he is provided time to learn material at his own pace, opportunity to demonstrate his understanding of the material, and agency to self-identify areas of growth, retake assessments, and course modules to demonstrate competency.
Now, Trinity is a third-year student here. She starts her day at 11:35, and we have this schedule built for students like Trinity because they might work late at night, and we want to make sure that we're accommodating the students that we serve. So you'll notice that she also starts her day at 11:35 with an advisory and mentorship period. Again, just like Mateo and other students, this is to build their personal and professional capacity. She also has lunch at 12:30. She's able to interact with her peers who might have a morning schedule, or just interact with her teachers. And right after, she has her core classes. At 4 o'clock, she has homeroom where she's able to meet with some students and just practice some social emotional skills. And then she ends her day with her electives, and this again allows her to have a smooth transition into dinner and the rest of her workday.
So like Justine said, Trinity is in her third year, and a really innovative opportunity that we offer here for students like Trinity at Bridge Mountain is the opportunity to earn work experience credit. And that enables our students to gain high school credits towards graduation while simultaneously maintaining their job and employment, which is often necessary for our students in Las Vegas. So Trinity, even though she's in her third year at Bridge Mountain, was able to accelerate her credit accrual through simultaneously integrating her work-based competencies with her math teacher, Mr. Lopez, into her curriculum. And so she's actually in Math 4. So in her domain-based learning, she's learning geometry, and she's working with Mr. Lopez to create an opportunity to, she's currently a valet at a local casino, so she can actually improve spatial geometry of valet parking at her casino.
Now, unlike their A and B days, Mateo and Trinity have workshops on Wednesdays where they're able to build themselves personally and professionally as well. For first and second year students, this looks like working with mentors to just kind of figure out what they're doing in the future and make a plan to set themselves up for success. And for students who are in their third or fourth year like Trinity, this is when they're really digging deep into their pathways.
So we offer 2 pathways for students at Bridge Mountain, Career Ready and College Bound. Trinity is ready to begin working right after graduation. She wants to become a casino shift manager. So at Bridge Mountain, we offer her the opportunity for apprenticeship hour accrual, work experience credit to accelerate her path to graduation, and career counseling. Mateo really wants to be a photojournalist and enroll in UNLV post-graduation. And so at Bridge Mountain, we have the opportunity to offer him dual enrollment at UNLV, as well as CSN, the College of Southern Nevada, ACT and SAT preparedness and tutoring during homeroom and Wednesday advisory, as well as financial aid assistance and college application advising. This is all made possible through Bridge Mountain's partnership with AmeriCorps.
At Bridge Mountain, we seek to ensure that our teachers feel supported in the implementation of the unique tenets of our model. Therefore, we align professional development directly to our peaks. The Director of Curriculum and Instruction, alongside with social workers, oversee professional development aligned to trauma-informed practices. We know that social emotional learning is ongoing. Therefore, we use 6 domains to evaluate our learning spaces and the practices of our instructional team to ensure that our students feel supported. We also partner with UNLV to engage in workshops that align to trauma-informed practices. In our schedule, we have ongoing time for professional development. The Director of Curriculum and Instruction, alongside our instructional coaches, oversee competency-based instruction professional development. We partner with Marzano Academies as well as the Mastery Transcript Consortium to ensure that our teachers feel confident in this unique way of implementing curriculum and instruction. The Marzano Academies allow us to ensure that our classrooms and curriculum are aligned to competency-based instruction, while the Mastery Transcript Consortium ensures that our students' progress is transferable to a future setting. This professional development is ongoing.
So like Molly said, this professional development happens almost daily. For Mr. Lopez, he also has workshops on Wednesdays where he's really able to build his capacity with trauma-based instruction and competency-based instruction. But if we look at a normal school day for Mr. Lopez, we'll see that he starts his day with professional learning communities, and this is just so he can interact with other teachers and again, build that capacity to be successful for his students. He also has lunch. He can use it as a working lunch to meet with his students or just use it as his free time. And you'll notice that for the remainder of his schedule, it says numbers, number sense and computation, data analysis. And Mr. Lopez is our math teacher. Instead of having traditional math classes where you might see Algebra 1 or geometry, what we do here at Bridge Mountain is pull all of the standards from each of those classes that are related and put them into one class. That way students see the relevance in what they're doing and are able to really build and deepen their understanding of the content before they move on to that next class. He also has a significant amount of time to develop himself in our cross-planning pathways and prep. That's the rest of his day. Here at Bridge Mountain, we really believe that you can't pour from an empty cup, and we feel that way about our teachers. So we make sure that we give our teachers the time to prepare their lesson plans, to prepare themselves. We give them the opportunity to collaborate with other teachers and administrators, and we give them the agency to really determine what kind of pathway they also would like to take to develop their professional careers.
So at Bridge Mountain, our students and our teachers will be engaged in teacher pathways. We are going to be supporting our teachers in becoming a master teacher. Once they're a master teacher, they'll have the opportunity to become board certified, an instructional coach, on a leadership team at our school, or a professional development facilitator. At Bridge Mountain, it is part of our mission to develop our students, our teachers, and our families.
Just as we've developed pathways for both students and teachers, we also thought about developing pathways for families. One such pathway is a paraprofessional pathway where parents will be able to come in and they can be teacher's aides, they can be translators, or they can be working on their own degree credit accruals to be working through that pathway. We also have a college application requirement pathway where parents can come in and take classes with students so that they learn the different requirements that they need to graduate for college. Below are some different family pathways that we want to offer by year 1, and by year 3, both families and teachers will be leading their own pathways that they choose.
Here at Bridge Mountain, we have strategically allocated resources to support instruction and services that directly benefit students. As you can see, we've invested significantly in the salaries for our instructional staff, and this is mirrored in our salaries for administrative and support staff as well, who help guide our students throughout their time at Bridge Mountain, at their chosen pathway at Bridge Mountain. We also invest meaningfully in benefits, curriculum development, and as well as professional development. By year 4, we will continue this trend of strategic resource allocation, really, again, focusing in on instruction and services that directly benefit students. We know that to invest in our staff is to invest in fulfilling the vision for our students. When we will reach full enrollment at Bridge Mountain of 500 students in year 4. To support this work, we will have an instructional team of core content, elective, special education, and TESOL teachers who will help provide the strong competency-based education and instructional practices for our students. And there will be with the support team as well, who will help guide our students' ascent through their chosen pathway at Bridge Mountain. That will include managing internships, work-based learning experiences, and dual enrollment. They will also be key to developing and sustaining strong relationships with our families and our community.
At Bridge Mountain, we seek to create a safe and flexible learning environment that empowers our students, staff, and families along their chosen pathway. We know Las Vegas as a community of people who would do anything for each other, and we would do anything for them. We are Bridge Mountain. Thank you.
Thank you guys for such an intentional plan. But two of the most common threats to a really strong plan are student enrollment and then the finances that come along with those hefty duty student enrollment. So I'm gonna delve a little bit into your role and push budget here. Where do you all intend to seek out additional either philanthropic or supplemental funds and not simply lean on your student enrollment funds, especially in those early years when you're trying to get to that 500 student count?
Yeah, there's actually a lot of major philanthropic events at Las Vegas, especially from the casinos. Like the Wynn Foundation is really big, and that family really supports a lot of educational families and startup schools. There's also Opportunity 180 that they give a lot of grants for different things. They have startup funds, they have teacher retainment funds, they just recently opened up a grant to find a new facility for any schools because that's a real big challenge in Vegas with not a lot of facilities open for schools. So we plan on tapping into that network to find more funds for that if we need.
And one more, because you all will be a standalone school, am I correct? And you won't have that economy of scale. How do you plan to carry a surplus year over year to be able to help you as you grow as well?
So we have budgeted pretty conservatively to build a surplus over the first 3 years. Particularly when we get to year 3, we'll have a much more significant surplus that we can then build upon from there. Nevada has one of the lowest per pupil funding, about $9,967 or thereabouts dollars per student. They have no extra funding for special education students, unlike many other states such as New York. So that is obviously something that we have to really be aware of as we're budgeting through. But we've really tried to build in through staggering a few different grants throughout our budget to try to keep a surplus that will then build into the hundreds of thousands by year 4.
Great. Thank you so much, team. I really appreciated how much detail you included in your proposal about your competency-based approach and also how you would integrate work-based experience or work credits into that competency-based approach. I found, are there any other competency-based schools in Clark County?
Not in Clark County.
Not in Clark County. So you are the school in your jurisdiction doing competency-based, and so it's all working out really well in your school, but then it comes time for accountability from the state education agency, from the district, and they're still in seat hour, credit mode, enough minutes, sort of that real linear progression, and you're over here, being like really progressive and super innovative. So how are you gonna mitigate that, right, in that aspect, but then also you're going to have students transfer in, and then they're going to have these transcripts and a quarter of a credit and a third of a credit. How are you going to address the fact that you are the only competency-based school in a system that's behind when you guys are leading the way?
So twofold, like Molly said, we're partnering with the Mastery Transcript Consortium, which is an existing consortium of schools that integrate competency-based education already into their networks. And so through that, they specialize in enabling and counseling schools through how to sort of mitigate those lateral transcript moves and the accountability measures that we need to give to the district and the state. We also will be grading on a mastery scale, which is very similar to the GPA scale. So 1.0, 2.0, 3.0 is competency, 4.0 is exceeds competency. The main difference is that instead of, you know, students getting a 2.0 or, you know, the equivalent of a C minus and sort of being passed along, enabling those gaps to accrue within their learning, we will actually enable them to retake those learning modules as much as is needed, wrestle with the material until they attain competency. And so that really not only enables students to accrue the credits, but it enables them to take ownership and empowers them to target their own gaps in knowledge and really learn how to learn.
Awesome, that's great. Relatedly, for the 500 students who are engaging in competency-based learning, self-paced, who is the owner in your staffing model of tracking all of that?
So 2 owners, the Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Mr. George Alvarado, and myself, the Director of Post-Secondary Success, and we would work in conjunction with the guidance counselors, the principal, Andrew, and we would work collaboratively with our teachers. That's what the Wednesday PD time is really allocated for.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. It was a really, it was incredible that you did the amount of research that you did on what your community needed, and I thought that was really smart. The question I have relates to recruitment, because you've got, as you said, there's students that are quiet, engaged, or jaded, right? So that's the reality, and you've got 2 tracks. You've got the career bound and the college. So how is the recruitment going to be different, and where are you going to find your students to take advantage of your tremendous program?
Yeah, so we're partnering with a lot of high schools and 8th grade schools right in our vicinity. We're partnering with CCSD to focus on tracking kids who do fall under one of the 3 kinds of dropouts that we have. So like constant grades that are low, that are not raising or failing, or students who have missed a lot of classes right at the end of the day or right at the beginning of the day, telling us that they're like leaving to work or they're helping with family. So we're going to partner with a lot of schools to identify that beforehand, and also partner with CCSE to get information to get kids who have already dropped out. And with 3,500 leaving every year just from senior year, we think we'll be able to more than get enough for 500 accruement.
Thank you. And given that reality, how is your approach going to be different for those that are going for college and those that are going for the career track who fall into one of those 3 categories?
Can you say the question once?
Well, okay, I'll try to simplify it. So if you've got students that are going in the career track or the college track, and they come in with, and they fall in, and they're either jaded, detached, or engaged, quiet or engaged, what are you going to, who in the school, and what are you going to be doing to keep them at your school? I mean, because that's the crux of it, right?
Yeah, so to keep them at school is where a lot of our trauma-informed practices come in. So it's not like a part of curriculum that they learn like lesson 1.1. It's behaviors that show up in schools. So we're training teachers to recognize students aren't bursting out because they're mad at you. They're bursting out because of other things going on. And focusing on building those relationships with every single student is actually what keeps them in school, is the relationships with the teachers. And we saw that even one of the director of the nonprofit education was saying that there's a lot of bad relationships with teachers and students right now. That's because they're not supported or trained to get them through that. So that's gonna be our main way of keeping kids in schools, is building relationships.
And to build on that is really building relationships, our core of social workers and guidance counselors, particularly during the advisory and mentorship blocks, as well as our mentors from AmeriCorps. We're going to really do a lot of work to try to build that and kind of in those particular spaces. Every student with their pathway, like it's not, they actually do like build out a written pathway, right? They create this portfolio that they constantly like reflect upon during that advisory time. So you have teachers, mentors, social workers, guidance counselors, levels where that's taken care of and able to try to make that work happen.
And then the last thing that I wanted to add that's in our proposal is that we've actually built in what we call a summit room, really leaning into the mountain part of the Bridge Mountain. And so the summit room is intended to be a really safe space that all our students and staff and parents during the evening schedule can access in order to regulate, and a social worker will be present at all times along with an administrator to really provide that trauma-informed practice to assist the student or the teacher with whatever needs they may have.
Thank you.
I almost wanted to jump out of my seat when I saw the pathways for families. So thank you for the pathways for students, teachers. I call it kind of the trifecta, and families. So thank you. And also, just want to commend you all on the deep research, the 50 interviews, and just really going deep into that pre-work of knowing and understanding the community. My question kind of builds upon Ron's in regard to, you mentioned so they can retake the learning module, right? But we also know just retaking, and not just like, where are we going to support those needs? Like, have you thought about any interventions or plans, or because sometimes students do need explicit instruction and or their underlying needs that maybe haven't been diagnosed, and I'm just wondering if you've thought through some of what those possibilities could look like.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. We actually have a student-to-teacher ratio of 12:1, and it stays roughly the same all 4 years. But I think that's definitely something that we have considered and we're still going over. But during our professional development, that's something that we're really going to dig in deep and make sure that we're analyzing data and actually using that data to inform our decisions.
And I would just really encourage to really think through and communicate with all, the same way you have all the pathways, but like, what will be your referral process, like to the summit? What is that process to make it to the summit room? And make sure that every member at Bridge Mountain, love the shirts. I mean, you guys have really put the intentionality, I just really want to say, using language like competency-based, just in the financial literacy, like just all the intentionality that you put into this presentation. I just want to commend you all. So. Way to go, team! Bridge, what were you saying? Would you say the
Bridge Mountain?
Bridge Mountain.
Hi, Mom.
We'd like to invite you to Philadelphia, a city with a rich and entrenched healthcare industry. The healthcare industry employs nearly 1 in 5 workers in the Philadelphia area. And it's an industry that's been growing. In each of the last 15 years, the healthcare industry has averaged adding 2,000 jobs per year. So you might think that Philadelphians are doing really well because of the health of the healthcare industry. But that's not the case. A study by the Philadelphia Fed shows that intergenerational mobility in Philadelphia is exceptionally low. A child born into the lowest income bracket in Philadelphia has less than an 8% chance of making it to the highest income bracket in their lifetime. While a family's income plays a large role in intergenerational mobility, education plays a bigger role. And the high schools in Philadelphia are not supporting students in that regard either. 1 in 4 students fails to graduate from Philadelphia high schools on time. Students who fall behind in their credits typically enroll in alternative schools, but those only graduate around 20% of their students. Our theory is that by leveraging the success of the healthcare industry and the strength of the healthcare industry, we can meet students' needs for graduation support and facilitate intergenerational mobility for the people of Philadelphia. We're excited to show you how.
So due to this data and research, this led us to develop 5 City Academy, 5 standing for Fostering Individualized Vocational Education. I'm Natasha, and with me we have Stephen, Maura, Gregoria, Isela, Evelt, and Adam. At 5 City Academy, affectionately known as FCA, we have 4 pathways to graduation, and we are a transfer charter high school that serves as a catalyst for intergenerational mobility and post-secondary success. We will serve students ages 16 through 21, and in year 1, we'll have an enrollment of 144 students, so by year 5, we'll have 240 students. This number represents 7 to 10% of the approximate 2,000 students currently dropping out of Philadelphia public schools. Our vision states that we aim to build future certified vocational leaders of Philadelphia for Philadelphia, and our mission states that we aim to foster students' pride in themselves, their futures, and the future of Philadelphia through connection, community, and career readiness. With connection, community, and career readiness, we develop the foundational structure of FCA.
At 5 City Academy, we recognize that students have varying needs. For that reason, we've created a high school that has 4 pathways to graduation to support our students. Our first 2 pathways to graduation are the traditional pathways to graduation, where students will either take their Keystone or GED exams in order to graduate. Our third pathway to graduation is the pre-apprenticeship pathway. Students get the opportunity to dress for success, like we have done here today, as they complete a pre-apprenticeship in healthcare. Our fourth pathway is the Life Academy, my personal favorite, homeschooled by the community. At 5 City Academy, we recognize that there's a wealth of skills and knowledge that already exists in the community, and we're going to leverage that in order to support our students. We're going to be working hand in hand with the community. Let's see some of our partners. For our pre-apprenticeship program, we're going to be working with organizations like 1199C, which will be our registered apprenticeship provider. They will provide our students with the opportunity to acquire skills and knowledge in order to be successful in healthcare careers after high school. For our Life Academy, we're going to be working with organizations like the North Philly Project and Habitats for Humanity, as they will help our students assert ownership of their community through service for credit. Students that are engaged in other opportunities may also leverage those opportunities for credit as well. At each of our Life Academy partners, we'll have a community liaison present to support our students in meeting the needs for graduation. Let's take a look at these 2 pathways.
I'd like to introduce you to our first Firefly, Kamara. A native of the North Philadelphia community, Kamara has attended traditional public school in the city for as long as she can remember. Unfortunately, Kamara suffered a loss in her life that was causing her to be able to complete her credits for high school. Luckily though, her father, a strong pillar of the North Philadelphia community, learned about 5 City Academy while attending a community block party we were hosting. And speaking with us, he realized that our school was the perfect fit for his daughter. He knew 5 City Academy would provide Kamara with the opportunity to recover her credits, gain the confidence and sense of safety and connection necessary to restore her sense of self. Let's take a look at Kamara's individualized learning plan. Kamara starts her day off in Glow Advisory, where she's able to connect with her friends, and she learns meaningful techniques in order to manage her emotions. 5 City Academy prides ourselves with directly linking our Glow Advisory to our first core light connection, because it gives Kamara and her peers the opportunity to learn the strategies to reintegrate back into their community in a thoughtful way and to connect with their instructors in a meaningful way. After advisory, Kamara's off to English, her favorite class, for a 90-minute block period. Currently, Kamara and her classmates are working on a research project targeting a major health concern in Philly. Kamara feels empowered to be able to conduct research and develop an action plan to potentially safeguard the community and provide insight on the major health concerns that have adversely and disproportionately impacted her neighborhood. Finally, Kamara is off to start her pre-apprenticeship coursework where she gains the core light skills that directly aligns to a career in the health sector. And on Fridays, Kamara and her cohort are able to attend clinical observations at a local hospital and participate in training to one day become a nursing aide. Prior to attending 5 City Academy, Kamara never saw herself entering into the healthcare sector. She never envisioned a pathway where she could become a nurse's aide until her father told her about FCA. Now, Kamara sees the direct correlation between her coursework and her learning experiences, even beyond high school. But before leaving for the day, Kamara checks in with her guidance counselor to track her credits and progress towards graduation, utilizing her Zello interface. And by the time she leaves 5 City Academy, Kamara is feeling adequately challenged, immensely supported, and fully illuminated.
Now, meet our next Firefly, Omar. Omar works at his local auto repair shop to provide for his family. Unfortunately, due to this, Omar shared that he was struggling to catch up on his high school credits. And since being at FCA, Omar has shared with his teachers that he now feels a sense of balance in his life. Let's take a look at what has helped Omar feel this way. This is Omar's schedule. Omar begins his day at 9 a.m. Even after a long day of work and studying, Omar feels energized and ready to engage in his courses. Next, like Kamara, Omar attends advisory and his core classes. But what makes Omar's schedule unique and different is that he is a part of our Life Academy pathway. Through this pathway, Omar is able to earn credits towards graduation through the work that he is already doing at the local auto repair shop. This allows Omar to not have to choose between his family and school. Other students like Omar at 5 City Academy will be able to participate in this pathway and earn high school credits towards graduation through work that they may already be doing in the community. Omar is looking forward to his future, his post-secondary options, and to illuminating his city.
Let's take a look at the staffing structures that will support this amazing work. In year one, in addition to our instructional team and our leadership team, you'll notice that we have a full support staff. In alignment with our correlative connection, as well as our belief as a school that restorative justice practices should be utilized to resolve issues whenever possible, you'll notice that our 2 school safety agents report directly to our social worker. By year 5, our pre-apprenticeship program will be in full swing, run by the Director of Vocational Operations alongside the pre-apprenticeship teachers. This director, along with the guidance counselors, will monitor and schedule the completion of Life Academy credits, which at this time will offer students an array of options to complete not only credit recovery coursework, but elective coursework as well. Finally, the Director of Special Populations, alongside the bilingual coordinator, will work to service students of those populations and support teachers in making sure we can meet the needs of all of our learners.
So I'm going to walk you through Ms. Wright's schedule, one of our Firefly teachers. At 5 City Academy, we provide the best professional development that aligns with our core lights. Time will be embedded into the schedule for Ms. Wright to collaborate with other teachers. During our first year, we will focus on restorative justice and trauma-informed practices. Also, through an inquiry-based lens, we will go through the data-wise cycle in order to improve teaching and learning. At 5 City Academy, we also value building a culture where students feel a sense of belonging. That's where Ms. Wright comes in as an advisor. And as an advisor, she would check in with students academically, socially, and emotionally. On Friday, we have our community meeting, also known as our glow circles. And during that time, we will come together as a community. Families are invited as well. We will come together as a community and celebrate each other. Also, we will also recognize students' and teachers' achievement. We will also engage in activities that relate to connections across the school. For the rest of the day, Ms. Wright will teach English, and she will also have an instructional planning period.
We're asking a lot of our teachers, like Ms. Wright, and to do that, we plan to compensate them well. Our target are teachers from the Philadelphia community with 3 to 5 years experience, and we would compensate them at a rate commensurate with maybe 7 years of experience. We would be having longer school years and shorter school days, so we would also reflect that in their compensation. Our student-to-teacher ratio in our first year is 10 to 1, knowing that relationships between students and their teachers are vital in their success. By year 5, the ratio grows only to 12 to 1, but our proportion of the budget devoted to salaries and benefits stays the same, showing the sustainability of our financial model.
Fireflies are the state insect of Pennsylvania. They are also symbols of love, energy, and light. As our fireflies graduate from Five City Academy, we envision that they will bring their unique inner light out into their post-secondary ventures. Together, they will flash to create connection and illuminate the city of Philadelphia.
Five City Academy, illuminating our city from within.
I feel illuminated just listening to that. So knowing that research bears out that teacher practice tends to improve over time, and your targeted demographic for your teacher would be 3 to 5 years, but looking at the national happenings around finding teachers, the identification of teachers, what's your contingency plan if you have to go with teachers who have less than 3 to 5 years of experience?
Yeah, so part of our professional development is geared toward our core lights, connection, community, and career readiness. And so our professional development will help new teachers to integrate some of those components. So for example, our connection, teachers, when they come in, we have a rollout plan so that they can get professional development in our Hearts Trauma Intervention Program that they will be implementing. So that's just one example. Sure.
I think another way in which we could support more novice teachers is in the staggered rollout of our program. The first cohort of teachers will be the ones most vital to have experience coming in, and they could serve as mentors to more junior teachers if they're not available in our later years.
I want to commend you on the 4 pathways to graduation. I think that that is necessary for the students that you're seeking to serve. I have a question around, I want to ask a question about the homeschooling diploma, but I'm going to leave that to my colleagues because I'm sure it's back there. So I'm going to ask about in the second year, for 16, 17, 18, and 19-year-olds, for each successive year, you double from 24 to 48 the number of students. Can you, what's the rationale behind that? And why that number, those numbers?
Sure. In each successive year, we plan to add 24 students, which is in keeping with the 12 to 1 student-to-teacher ratio. So we'd bring in 24 students and hire 2 additional teachers for those 24 students.
And then the 20 and 21-year-olds, it stays at 24?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I can speak to that. I think that our enrollment chart shows it that way, but as a team, we've kind of talked about being open to admitting 24 new students, which we should have communicated more clearly, over the course of those years. And our pathways are structured so that no matter what age students come in, as long as they have less than those 13.5 credits, we would support them on one of the pathways to make sure that they either have a diploma or something to support them after they have to leave us.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Yes, the nerd in me is like itching to ask you about some of the research that you had in your proposal. You had such a vast amount of it. I want to speak to the Crawford Framework for Equitable Continuous Learning. That is something that's near and dear to my heart when we think about placing schools and communities. So if you could just tell me a little bit more about the formula that you kind of had in your application. It wasn't here today, but it was definitely in your application, where the teacher quality plus the programmatic equity equals achievement equity. If you could talk about that achievement equity and that programmatic equity for us.
Sure, I can speak of that, on that. So our plan is to professionally help teachers to become better teachers. And with that, we're also implementing equity audits. So with that, we'll be able to see on the systemic programmatic level, like are we measuring what we said we were going to measure with these programs that we have in place, especially our pre-apprenticeship program and our Life Academy program. And so kind of with like the surveys from the community, our equity audits, and like our assessments, we'll be holistically analyzing those so that we can improve our school as a whole.
Thank you.
I have a question, and definitely commend you for taking on this particular population. Based on my conversation with Natasha during the exhibition, there's definitely a need, and there's, you really sort of stand out in that you're creating a place for students to come instead of transferring back to their home school. That sounds like a hot mess. So kudos to you guys for that. I was looking closely at your budget. Do you assume that you receive the same amount of per pupil funding for students who are 18 and under versus students who are technically adult age? Because it looks to me like you assume that you're receiving the same amount.
That was our operating assumption, yes.
That was your operating assumption. Lessons learned here, I definitely want you to double check that, because I think in most other jurisdictions, when students are above compulsory age for education, you receive a significantly less amount of per pupil funding, and because your school's small, and I understand why it's small, the budget is really, really tight, and so then you'd have to figure out how you're going to make up for the fact that you're not receiving the same amount of per pupil funding across your entire student body, given the age range that you've chosen for your school.
One untapped source of revenue that we could consider is donor funding. Our budget currently relies exclusively on federal, state, local funds and a small amount of grants. But one thing that we could supplement with are donations that would support the mission of keeping adult-age students in learning programs like ours.
Agreed. Thank you.
One additional push in terms of that budget, lessons learned as well. You had a significant amount of staffing in the year one when you may have a lot of funds, but thinking down the road that those may dissolve at some point. I want to push you to think about systems versus people, building really strong systems in those first year with the people that you have versus the actual body, so that as you grow your school over time, the systems sustain the program versus the people, because you may not have the enrollment. You may have students that may not be getting the same funding formula in those early years, and you don't want to hang your hat on the people in those early years that you may not or may be able to have in your program.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are the Diamond School of Brilliance. My name is Michael Cornell, together with my colleagues Renisha Myers, Colette Young, Courtney Paris, and Kelly Bullock. We will be turning around the Future School of Brooklyn, which is a grade 6 to 8 middle school in East New York, Brooklyn, in District 19 of the New York City Department of education. This school currently serves a disproportionate number of students with disabilities compared to the city and the district. Key demographic is also that our school serves 64% identify as Black and 30% identify as Latinx and Hispanic. If we take a look at the current academic achievement, we'll know significantly low proficiency scores on the ELA and Math State test, with a decreasing trend over many years, which suggests that the students leave this school less proficient than when they started. So we know that chronic low achievement can cause tremendous levels of low self-esteem and really limit opportunity for future success. So we decided to create the Diamond School of Brilliance to address these specific needs of this community. So the mission of the Diamond School of Brilliance is to develop individuals with an indestructible sense of self who can also shine academically. And our vision is that by 2030, the Diamond School of Brilliance will be the foremost educational institution for inclusive and holistic learning. And so to actualize this mission, we've centered our program around 3 pillars, which we like to call our 3 diamonds: social-emotional learning, cultural identity, and intellect. And these 3 diamonds are embedded throughout our entire school, which allow us to create a learning environment where each individual can develop an indestructible sense of self and can shine academically. Some of the ways we make this happen is through small class sizes, maxing out at 15 students per class, integrated co-teaching model with a gen ed teacher and a special education teacher collaborating together for all instruction in core academic areas, and also holistic assessments centering on our digital portfolios that allow students to monitor their growth and progress as they develop their indestructible sense of self. So how will we sustain this? If we take a look at our 5-year plan, it's actually pretty consistent all the way through. We've decided to keep enrollment at 90 with a staff of 38 to be very intentional about deeply embedding this model into our school culture. If we take a look at the first year's budget, you notice a significant amount of our financial resources are spent on personnel, and this trend continues for successive years.
So, meet Ainsley. Ainsley and her family is new to our community. Ainsley is a new incoming 6th grader. What we know about Ainsley is that she loves art. She hopes to become an illustrator one day. And in fact, the picture that you saw on the previous slide, she actually drew the picture of our school, which is now a mural in our building. When Ainsley comes to school, she checks in with her homeroom teacher. She participates in mindfulness activities as well as group discussions with her peers. Ainsley's schedule has a double block of language arts and math. The first 60 minutes is geared toward whole group instruction. The last 30 minutes is geared toward targeted instruction to meet her individual needs. Ainsley's classroom also has those 2 teachers, a gen ed teacher and a special education teacher. In language arts, it is very important that Ainsley sees herself reflected in her learning, which is why she engages herself with rich, complex texts. By doing this, she will be able to grow and stretch her ability to write and speak about what she's learning, while also enjoying learning from a diverse group of authors, the books that she'll be reading. Also, she'll be learning to become a mathematician, learning to think about her thinking, as well as exploring real-world problems. At the Diamond School, we want Ainsley to own her own learning, to be able to assess her own learning, to also use self-reflection, reflection and feedback from her peers, as well as her teachers, to build an indestructible sense of self.
At the Diamond School of Brilliance, we have a unique opportunity to support students in developing their indestructible identities. We do this through our 3 diamonds: social-emotional learning, identity, and intellect. During our first trimester, students will dive into learning about their nervous systems in the brain and how this system works together to impact behavior. They'll then use this information to develop SMART goals that they'll track over time, really honing in on 2 core ideas: self-awareness and responsible decision-making. During trimester 2, Students will dive into creating racial autobiographies, where they get to learn more about themselves and others. During trimester 3, students are leading research-based projects where they look at a problem that exists within their communities and work to solve them. With all 3 of these pillars or diamonds, students are developing their indestructible identities.
Hi, I'm Kat Davis. I'm going to be the special education coordinator at the Diamond School. I can't wait to tell you about our digital portfolios. Our digital portfolios are a holistic approach for assessment. It's the Diamond School's way to give power to the learners. We are aware that test scores do not give a full picture of the students' abilities, so we created projects in Diamond Block and all of Ainsley's academic classes to give her, her teachers, and her family the ability to assess her learning and see her growth over time to an indestructible individual. Student-led conferences are a time for students to showcase their growth to their teachers and families. Because of the 7-to-1 teacher-to-student ratio, Ainsley gets to lead her own conferences 3 times per year. She reflects on her goals, refines them, and discusses the evidence of her learning and growth by the way of her portfolio.
Our brilliant faculty are here to help our students develop an indestructible sense of self. Through that, they help foster their students' pathways so that they can make it there and be successful. Meet Mr. Roberts here, for example. He joined our faculty in 2017 as a paraprofessional. In his time at our school, we provided professional development. He also practiced his student teaching through our family university, which we will talk about a little later. And we also provided funds so that he could take classes to eventually obtain his Bachelor's of Arts in Special Education, especially since there's such a demand for special education teachers. With this in-house preparation, he was able to come in 2021 onto our faculty fully as a special education teacher. For faculty that didn't come through this pathway, we also heavily recruit from Brooklyn College and the CUNY system. Brooklyn College because many of the students that attended there understand the community. In terms of the CUNY system, the racial profile of many of those students resembled that of our own students, and we know through research that when our teachers look like our students, they can have a very big impact on their learning. So to really prepare our faculty so that they can have the best pedagogy and also help foster the students' social awareness, we have a very extensive professional development program. It's integrated throughout mostly the day. We also have we have our Wednesdays after school and funds for any additional professional development. We are looking to really integrate those 3 diamonds that really organize our professional development. So again, that cultural identity, intellect, and socio-emotional learning. So as you can see, we have our full staff meetings, we have grade team meetings to make sure there's interdiscipline learning and that transfer of learning is happening. We have department meetings to make sure there's longitudinal alignment to really grab all that information and build on it, and those co-teaching partnerships to give that individual learning, especially since we're with such a vulnerable population with special education. Data and that portfolio, again, are very important to us, so we want to make sure there's time in our schedules to really look at that to make sure we're meeting the needs of our students. There is a lot to always be learned. We want to make sure it's digestible. So in our first year, we have a sample. There's social-emotional learning put into that, co-teaching and content, again, strengthening that pedagogy and those relationships, and then being culturally aware. In the second year, we'll have social-emotional learning again, continue that strengthening of having students be self-aware so that they can take ownership of their learning. Being aware of trauma and neuroscience on teaching and learning, and then effective teaching teams.
At the Diamond School, we have a very unique opportunity to connect with families. Our school really emphasizes the school to home connection. With this partnership, we know that we are able to drive student outcomes at a higher rate. Here's a curriculum that will provide families the opportunity to really learn about school technology systems, reading strategies, and problem-solving strategies across content areas.
Through our primary partnership with Canva,
a nonprofit located throughout Brooklyn's developing communities, we want to offer students like Ainsley and her family services such as after-school education, remote assistance for parents and families, health programs, as well as assistance with housing. So at the end of the day, Diamond School of Brilliance offers our services as well as ourselves in order to instill into our communities an indestructible sense of self.
So we are the Diamond School of Brilliance,
where all students surround.
Thank you so much. Of course, you know, I get excited about the Family University and all the shine. My question comes around the programming and scheduling. And I know on display was just one particular student, but I know the DOE middle school requirements very well, and I was wondering, where does social studies and the arts and foreign language, those are requirements, and where do they come into play?
So for the, within our schedule, I only highlighted language arts and math because of the 4% proficiency rate in math and 10% in ELA. However, all of the other subjects are incorporated within the day. There are 45-minute blocks that students will have social studies. They'll also have science as well. But we wanted to hone in on the double block of language arts and math for the proficiency.
And I'm just saying this because it's impossible. I mean, I'm just saying that anybody that audits the school will know that you can't do, it's impossible to meet all the state requirements having ELA double block and math double block every day. Not saying you can't do it some days of the week, but not within the contractual requirements of the DOE. So just something to think about. It can do some days, but not 5 days a week. Okay. For the 90-minute block. Like you can definitely have 45 minutes. And I'm just saying this because I've seen the data before and we've tried to make it work, but then they're going to miss out. And I don't believe in students missing out on foreign language or the arts or other core requirements, because we want to, you know, like it is embedded, but we have to make sure that we meet the contractual requirements too.
Okay. So, thank you for
that.
Thank you for that.
Great, thank you, Diamond team. So I noted, and I'd also spoken with you during the exhibition, serving a significantly larger amount of exceptional learners. And so I appreciate the co-teaching model. I see 8 general education teachers and 6 special education teachers. What assumptions did you make about the level of need? And I'm talking about exceptional learners who perhaps need a self-contained classroom. With your staffing the way that it is, 6 special education teachers, what assumptions did you make that led you to that number that really will make sure that you can adequately support what IDA requires depending on the student's eligibility?
Thank you very much for that question. So we made the assumption that we would be able to serve all of our students through the integrated co-teaching model based on having a really small teacher-to-student ratio with also many other additional supports such as social workers and guidance counselors. And then, so based on that, we felt that we'd be able to meet all the needs of our students within those classrooms, and then of course, as necessary, providing specific targeted interventions.
Gotcha. So, and perhaps I'm not familiar with New York, but if the team decided that the least restrictive environment was self-contained, what contingencies do you have in place for that? A self-contained classroom?
I think we still need to evaluate that
Sure.
for sure. I think one thing that we did think very deeply about was our human capital. Part of it was, you know, we are trying to train the paraprofessionals, and within that time block, that 90-minute time block, we are able to pool students out if we're able to train some of like our school aides and the paras, we can help meet some of those needs. It's not a perfect fit quite yet, but that's kind of where our thinking is along the lines to have that. In addition, our after-school program that Courtney had mentioned does allow for enrichment. I know that does not substitute for that, but again, to help meet those needs, we can provide more support for that. And the partnership is always looking to recruit the teachers and the faculty that's already there to build a stronger partnership. So I think kind of collaborating and taking advantage of that as well could help meet those needs.
Gotcha. Well, I align then with the population you're serving. I think the para-professional development program was excellent in your proposal. Thank you.
Ditto to that. It'd be a saving grace. I noticed that you guys were brave enough to propose a middle school model here. Middle school, if you've ever been in middle school, you understand it takes a called person to decide to work with middle school students. And so with that, my question, you somewhat answered my question, but I'd like to hear a little bit of elaboration. Your SEL programming needs to be very intentional, and you began to allude to this with your diamond block in terms of the self-awareness and decision-making that is part of that. What will it look like in terms of success for you, or metrics of success, when your middle schoolers leave in terms of preparation and being ready to attack what comes at them in high school, both from a social-emotional perspective, but also from an academic perspective?
I can take that question. And so as a part of our curriculum, we do intend to address all pillars of a social emotional program. For that particular part of the presentation, we just decided to hone in on those two competencies. We have our digital portfolios, which is a large part of our programming, that we plan to use to show students growth at a holistic level. And so what does that look like? We talked about and we developed one rubric that'll kind of assess students' growth over time. And during our family-led conferences, our parent-led conferences, students will use the data that's in their portfolios to really kind of reflect on and reassess their standing over time. Additionally, they'll be able to use that portfolio as they begin to apply to high school. We know, especially in New York City, it's like a very robust process, and so hopefully that portfolio can serve as a supporting factor.
Thank you guys so much.
I want to commend you on a well-developed and ambitious professional development calendar, which aligns with the student competencies that you're looking to develop. I had a question around who was tracking and advising students on academic progress, because I didn't see that in the proposal. Yeah.
I don't mind taking that question. Kelly, would you like to, or? All right, and so I guess like as a typical structure, us as a leadership team will work with our director of academics or assistant principal of academics to really dissect, well, kind of like analyze and dissect where our students, or assess where our students are and address those gaps as we see fit.
So you go ahead, I'm sorry.
Just to add to that too, part of the build into the professional development, during the week we have that data period. So also teams are looking at that on that level. I understand there needs to be an overall, but also on the team level, like teams to know which and who and how they're doing and tracking the data that way. And then looking at the different types of data they're gonna be collecting.
So that fulfills like the traditional role of a guidance counselor? Because I didn't see one in the proposal.
I believe, if we're not mistaken, we do intend to, or in our minds, we did plan to. In our minds, in the proposal, there is definitely a guidance counselor.
Okay, great.
We might have titled that the guidance counselor like college readiness counselor of some sort, and so that might be the discrepancy.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just to follow up on the question around programming in middle school. One of the ways that you might be able to gain some minutes and still fulfill some of what you're trying to do is shed the homeroom, because you pick up a half an hour there, right? And also you can take if you want to do a once a week something like advisory or whatever, you steal some minutes from each of your periods, like 5 minutes, and then you can use that for SEL or whatever else that's not academic.
Thank you.
here we are at this point, and all 8 teams have presented. So let's give all 8 teams. You know, at the beginning, I tried to describe, but I'm sure I didn't do justice to this process. And so, you know, SPA isn't for everybody. And this group of people, let me tell you, this represents our nation's best and brightest and best chance at doing education the right way. And so I'm really proud and honored to have had all of them as students in the program, and particularly in this NSD seminar and process. So you can imagine what a task I had with such great individuals as this, and I don't take any credit for it. It's all on them, and so I'm just humbled and honored to have had all of you as students. So thank you for giving me that privilege. So we've reached the point where our judges are going to go and deliberate in just a moment. And what happens in this process, so our judges have been selected, as you know, based on their expertise in starting schools, leading schools, and evaluating whether or not people can expand into their own schools. And so I tell my students this, and I want everyone to know that they have been given no set of instructions from me about who to look at and how. This is entirely up to them, so I'm not going to take any credit or responsibility. Is that we have awards that we give for our presentations and proposals. So let me describe those briefly. And I'm going to ask Caitlin, please take our judges to the deliberation room. And so we'll excuse our judges. They are fantastic because, as I said, they got these proposals on Monday, and as you can see, they read them. And they know them, and our students they've taken months and months to prepare them, and so our judges do a great job at doing them justice by reading what you say and making this a worthwhile endeavor for you. All of our students are going to get feedback, and as I said, so the judges are going to go and deliberate at this time about their decision on the winners of 2 of the prizes. So let me describe those to you. So we have one award, and it's a medal will go to the team that is what we call the SPA Choice Award. And that award is presented by the cohort 2022 that just started. They have received in their emails a ballot, and they're going to decide just from seeing the presentations the SPA choice. So the SPA choice has been sent out to you in 2022 now. So you check your emails and you'll be able to do your ballot at this time. The judges, however, have 2 other awards to consider. One will be given today for sure, and that is what they determined to be the SPA Best All-Around Design. And so that's going to go to the team that they believe did the best job in their presentation and in their proposal for presenting a reasonable design that could be accomplished within the budget and constraints, a realistic one. So that's the first award. But the second award that's only been given once since we started giving awards is what we call the Innovation Award. And so as I've told my students that we have used as a working definition of innovation that it is a new solution to an existing or new challenge. And so what they're going to look for is they're going to look for the design that has a unique element, something that they find to be innovative, truly innovative in school design. And so our judges are going to make that decision. So we're going to take just about 10 minutes, maybe less, but we'll let you know. Feel free to stay here and talk. I think we have some mood music that we'll play while you wait. But we'll be right back with the judges' decisions, and we'll have the awards ready to present. So please stay close, and we'll wrap this up very soon. You excited for her? So, can I have your attention, please? So I think collectively there are breaths being held on both sides of the room. So I'm going to just jump right to it, and I don't think I'm leaving anything out that I'm supposed to do, but I'm going to start by announcing the SPA Choice Award. And just as a reminder, this is the award that's been given by the cohort that is coming up. They are first years. They only got to see this for the first time today, and it's the SPA Choice. And so this year, the SPA Choice Award goes to the Community Commitment School. Congratulations. Congratulations. Big head. Good. Photos. And so this year, I am absolutely blown away because this year, there is an Innovation Award. That's not why I'm blown away. The reason I'm blown away is because this year, the Innovation and Best Design goes to the same place, Bridge Mountain. I'm just gonna hand them both. Give me one of each. Congratulations. Uh-oh. Okay. Wait, no, please don't say it just because it's out there. Oh, wait. So just a moment, the judges would like to offer some information as to why they did this.
and the intentionality of their presentation, their design, their application, every single component. So that's why not only were we all in agreement unanimously that not only were they the best design, but the innovation piece is that we also believe that your proposal is something that could be replicated across the country. So, and so we wanted everyone to know that that why is really important. It wasn't just being innovative in Clark County, but to have something that was so thorough and comprehensive that we're like, you know, this is something that we want them to leverage these awards to get the funding that they need and to make this school a reality, and also for us to promote nationwide. So really, really want to
Thank you so much. And you know, I'm the only thing between you and lunch, so I'm going to be really, really brief. But it would not be consistent with what I've done for years now in terms of just saying a few words at the end of this presentation to those of you. We do have a lunch planned, and we have a short presentation at the end of lunch for certificates, but just some words I want to share, and they're not terribly different from what I shared with the students in New Orleans about what your charge is, so to speak, as graduates. So if you just bear with me just one more time, and then you won't have to listen to me again. But particularly, and I was thinking earlier, I was thinking about whether or not, you know, it's like everybody's tired. Let's just go. You don't have much of a voice, and just go home. But honestly, I wanted to give just some last pieces of parting advice to you as graduates, because and soon to be, I should say, soon to be grads of this program. And what it is that we have, as I mentioned kind of jokingly, that SPY isn't for everyone. And some people say that it might sound crazy that it is, that we're not trying to get large groups of people, because we know that that's not what this program is for. We have 2 different locations for this program, not because we're trying to get numbers, but it's because we're trying to meet the needs in a calendar. Students in the South did not have an opportunity to attend SPA early on without missing a lot of school. And so we have 2 programs for that reason, but not for numbers. And so the quality of what you get because you're here, is very different. And so I've said over and over again to class and after class that I and your faculty, we all take this very seriously. And we care about you greatly, but we show up every day in the summertime just like you do. Many of you know I used to give you assignments that are due at 9 o'clock at night, and then you get the results back at 9 o'clock the next morning. So when you complained, I said, well, at least you get to go to bed at 9 o'clock. But we all have a deep commitment to you, but an even deeper commitment to the families that you're going to lead as you go into these communities around the country. Because whether you want to be or not, you become school leaders. School leaders are community leaders, whether you want to be or not. So you have to, when you accept that license and you accept that initial responsibility to be a principal, understand that what you are agreeing to be is a community leader, a community facilitator. You're going to have to be, in a lot of ways, a relationship healer among people. And if that's not what you want to do, this is not the job for you. And so I had a discussion with a colleague in New Orleans this summer, and he pushed me a little bit about, people having to take care of themselves and people not, doing certain kinds of things, like can't stay after work, can't stay to long hours, and because people aren't doing that anymore, is what he said to me, the principals. And I said, yes, principals must take care of themselves. I said, but let's consider the fact that the job is that we have to consider the fact that people need you after 4 o'clock. People need you before 7. And so just like people who take on the roles of firefighters, they don't get to choose when a 3-alarm bell goes off. They don't get to choose the weather or who's sick at home. They have to show up. And so what I'm saying to you is that you have to show up. And so you having a bad day, I tell you all the time, not an option. You don't get to have a bad day. And so while we want you to take care of yourselves, we want you to do that in such a way that allows you to show up completely for kids that you and families that you're going to serve. Completely. And so know that we want you to always understand that role. The second point I want to make to you is this, is that you don't have to go out looking for a fight to take on. Sometimes we make the assumption that we have to go and find that heel to charge. Some of us end up falling on swords sometimes, but you don't have to go looking for fights. Sometimes the fight comes in really small places. I used as an example in New Orleans this summer the fact that Theodore Roosevelt, some of you may know, and I love historical biographies. If you get a chance to read about Theodore, Roosevelt was asthmatic as a child. Some people don't know that. And so committed himself later on in life to being an outdoorsman and a cowboy, so to speak. And he's known for all of his expeditions and things like that. And for me, the most courageous thing he did wasn't about that he went out and did safaris and hunted and what have you, and was a naturalist. One of the most courageous things he did was in 1901, shortly after taking office, and some of you know that he took office after the assassination of President McKinley, and after taking office in 1901, put that in your mind, he invited Booker T. Washington to dinner at the White House. In 1901, death threats, all kinds of things happened, people abandoned him, supporting him. This was when he first took office. And so what he did, just through that very small act, he didn't look for a war to start or a battle to fight. He just did one small act of inviting a black man to the White House for dinner, disrupted the social order. And so through that act, made some people come to the understanding that black Americans were Americans and they were human beings. And people tried to discourage it, and he did it anyway. And so what I want to encourage you to do, as many of you have proposed up here, is I want to encourage you to be disruptors. And that does not mean charging a hill. I want you to be disruptors from the inside. We have given you the tools. I'm going to tell you, we have enough people on the outside protesting. We need disruptors on the inside. You've been given skills to get in. It's very easy for people to stand out with picket signs at times, but we need you inside disrupting the plans that people make for our children that you just spoke about. So don't think that because you have a loud voice and because you're willing to call people on their stuff is going to make a difference. A lot of times what causes people to change is because you're there to make the decision. You're the one. And so get those jobs as principals and superintendents and district personnel, because then now you're on the inside and you can disrupt stuff. So remember, part of what we've trained you to do here at SPA is to be an exceptional education leader. And I'm convinced from everything that I've seen you grow just in this last week, and you know it. In this last week. In this last week, you've grown in leaps and bounds. So now, go out and use it. Thank you very much. So now we have a surprise for you downstairs. So if you were planning to leave, I'm telling you, don't leave. We have transformed our dining area here at the college. There are people standing in the hallways to direct you to our dining area, and where you're going to have a world-class lunch. And we have a special surprise for you waiting down there. So we'll see you downstairs.